Should have done this resizing before I started stream, but
L0 of Bricked was first.
it's fine. Size the side until it's just off screen. There we go. I think top bottom is good. Let me double check. There, perfect. Okay. Yo, what up, Inori? Loaf of bread, Shade Wolf, more. Yeah, Athlon. Alright, surely we can finish up this use what you get Foggate randomizer. I mean, how long could it take, you know? How long is it even possible for it to take? What I need is a tracker. I need on the tracker for it to track the number of fog gates I've found. That's what I need. So that we can look at it and go, oh, there are 440 total fog gates. We've found 102 of them. Like, no! Say that this really isn't the longest rando, but it feels so because of the shorter streams making an extended number of days. Yeah, it's honestly, it's not like that long of a rando, but we engage in a little hyperbole. We do engage in a little hyperbole, a little exaggeration for the purposes of dramatization and entertainment. You look good in green? Thank you. I really like the green shirt. I like it. I like it. There's another shade of green that we also really wanted that we found, but they didn't have in my size that we are ordering, shipping here, and I'll see if you like the other shade of green. This one is a nice shade of green, but the other one was called Forest Night. It's kind of like an olive-ish green. I thought looked really good on me. I was like, ooh, damn. Hard for me to dislike any green. Your favorites are olive and sage. Olive, let's go. Yeah. Almost seemed like black and not green. It is a dark green. In person, it's way more green. On the camera, I agree. Looking at myself in the camera, it's like I can see the green on my shoulder where the light is coming over, but like middle of chest, especially with the shadow from the microphone, does seem a little darker. I totally agree. Okay, anyway, where the heck were we? Any rememberers where we had spun ourselves in this web of lies? I think I had said we can just go to Caelid, because there's just a ton of stuff I haven't done in Caelid. Which, like, would make sense, but also is, like, that should be early game stuff, because I literally could have gone there first instead of going to Liurnia. So, it feels less likely to me. So, where else? Skidoo Altus is, like, at least a little bit in, so Skidoo Altus is probably a better check. Bloop, 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 bloop. Nothing. Mountaintops is now done. Done. I don't know, I guess web is elsewhere. Rhylucaria, I still don't have the key for. Nothing. It didn't seem like I could get abducted. I tried, it didn't work, so I'm guessing that's just not a fog gate. Maybe we get a key in Caelid from a boss. Very possible. There's also a lot of just other bosses that I've skipped. We could go back and kill bosses. It's possible that we just need a key somewhere. Are we on the kill bosses train? If so, all the field bosses. I never killed this one. I never killed this one, which I could get to easily. Murder spree. Loving this chill just for fun. Definitely not 20-hour Foggate rando run, by the way. Yeah, chill for fun. A quick little maybe 5-10 minutes in and out adventure. It'll be great. Yep. That's already been going for 16 hours. Happy Mariz business. Oh, just ducked under him. Yo, Mariz business.
Hydrated.
One of the bad talismans. That's all right though. Keep thinking of working on that fancy tracker, but I'm like, nah, he'll be done with it by the end of this stream. No point. So, about the tracker. First of all, this is probably not going to be the last Foggate randomizer I ever did. So, if you still wanted to make it, again, if you want to, don't do it because you think I need it. I'm figuring stuff out just fine. But if you just were like, that sounds like fun to do, it would get used at some point. But the maker of the online one that like webbed out, that like spider webbed and crossed over itself, which I didn't like the look of, but I liked the functionality of, said that they are working on making it automatically tell where you go by reading your game and automatically like marking it off for you, which would be stupidly good. Like if they could get that working, and if I could just tell them, hey, can you just make it look like linear, like going out to the side, and they just said, oh yeah, we can just make a format switch that you can click on. Oh my god, that could be so good. And you might not need to do anything. We might have like a picture perfect tracker. Did I kill the boss here? I think I should have, but I'm not sure. I think I did. It looks like it's dead. I definitely remember I did not kill the Erdtree avatar, though. It was the Ghost Flame Dragon that spawns ads, and it was tough. Hollow Knight has some really dope room randomizer visualizers. Ooh, that's cool. I'm going to attempt reading the game memory, but yeah, if you're doing that, then I'll work on a different project. I'm not doing that. Somebody else is, but, you know. It does sound like it is getting worked on, so if you think your time is better spent elsewhere, totally understandable. Where'd you get that shield? It looks dope. Well, I got it from a randomizer, so I have no idea where you normally get it. But it's called Distinguished Great Shield, if you want to look up where that is. Yo, what up, Michael? How many great runes do we have? 3. 3. All right, Dean. Oh, we do so much better damage than last time. Yeah, too easy. This is why we said we'll come back later. And it's nothing. Not surprising, but that's fine. Okay, what else in Liurnia would I maybe have skipped? Would I have skipped anything? Or would I have done all the bosses for no reason? Yeah, we still have never made it out to there yet. I could double check if I've done all the bosses, but I feel like the only reason I would have a lot of these graces is if I did the bosses anyway. I definitely feel like I remember writing down a third boss that I didn't kill somewhere. I just need to figure out. So Liurnia, if I go to Liurnia, Erdtree both and Deathbird was alive. Deathbird being the one here. Okay. Let me kill that. You still have data cards. Nah, we got rid of that a while ago. At least I'm pretty sure we got rid of it. Yeah, I mean, we literally just got more talismans, so like it has to be gone. Oh, it was Black Knife Assassin, right? The invisible one. Okay, as simple as that. Darn, just golden seed. All right, I think we search Altus. I think it's Altus time. Which Altus? I originally found here. It's time. It's time to Altus. So from... We came out of Makar, which is why we have abandoned coffin. I think. If the elevator's at the top, then we must have come out of Makar, because otherwise the elevator would always be at the bottom, I believe. I think I remember writing the elevator up. Yeah, okay, it's up. So we've done the elevator. Let's go check the catacomb. Either catacomb or Sage's cave we've been to before we came out of, and I saw that we already had abandoned coffin. So definitely at least one of them I will check and it will loop me back to something. But that's okay. Oh, I don't have to use the stone sword keys to traverse the mist? Oh, well, that's interesting. Impaler's Catacombs, I have not been in. So this is... First, Cata... 2... Impalers. But haven't I... Maybe it was the boss room of Impalers. I feel like I came out of Impalers once. But we'll see. I'll go through it to double check. I think I've come out of the backside of that door there, where when I open this door, it's just going to loop me around. But my web of lies will not reveal that to me. So let's check. Yeah, we probably need to update the GDQ commands. Because this is not the this is not the correct event. Oh.
Hello, Mitch AG and Chad.
Mitch and Chad. Yo. Unraid, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Can't wait to watch that Get to Work GDQ run. Aw, yeah. Ah, backside. Yep, I remember we did this. Yep. Okay, so it was a nothing. So that is a loop. Awesome. We love to see a loop that removes our mystery. So then Sage's Cave should still be new, I believe. Or no. Sage's Cave we probably came out of at some point. So, but that's okay. Let's go back in and double check. The Elden loop. Everything is a loop. What date is our showcase? I don't know how to find it. If you search for Games Done Quick on Google, you could find the website that has the full schedule. But it's on Saturday at, like, afternoon. I don't remember the exact time. But it's Saturday afternoonish for me, Chris, and Josh. I'll also be doing commentary for Lies of P on Friday. I don't remember the time for that either. Specimen store. Ah, to Mesmer. So this is Sage to Mesmer entrance, which is a loop. How's the Foggate Rando going? Long, but we're getting there. But he's also going to be doing comms and announcing his stuff for GDQ. Oh, let's go. Hosting, you mean? Or comms for a specific game? Aww. Weapon downgrade. JD Puppy, okay. Did we check the Oh Mother check? No. Do you think that would always have Oh Mother? We can check that real quick. We can check the Oh Mother check. At least you had Great Axe for a couple of bosses this time. Yeah, at least we had a good weapon for more than 0 bosses, which is better than we usually have a good weapon for. Okay. So let's go Bonnie Village and check Oh Mother check. We could have a key item maybe. That's a good point. Yeah. It is a key item. Oh Mother is always Oh Mother, apparently. So that lets us check here. If it's nothing, I won't bother to find it on the web. If it's something, then I might have to write it down. This isn't deathless, right? Correct. This is not deathless. Oh, mama. Donation reading a host on January 4th. Nice. It can be randomized, actually. Oh. I guess we just got lucky then. But... oh. Well, it leads to nothing, so... I mean, but a boss that I will kill. Ah! Or that will kill me, because it's frickin' Wormface appearing out of nowhere. Jesus. Jesus, super high scaled Wormface too. Oh my god, almost one-shot me. What is this scaling? did one-shot me. Edge. Done the worst randomized feat ever. 4 memory stones and 2 talisman pouches and no medallions or great runes or academy keys. That sounds great, actually. And with a spear that can, like, barely hit his legs at all. Yeah, this is going awesome. Give me the repose. No! Oh, too much death plate there. Okay. All right, it had nothing. What this boss needs is a bunch of rats and crabs. Ah, that would make it a much better boss. You're right. That would be awesome. Then everyone would love the boss. Okay, what explains that scaling? So the further into the fog gate randomizer you go, as in like the further from your starting point, the more rooms you've had to traverse to get somewhere, the higher scaled the enemies will be. Alright, let's just take out the field boss out here, I suppose. Oh, Dancing Lion. Oh, it's going to be high scaled, isn't it, too? Oh, it's actually not that scaled. Oh, yeah, because this isn't... Skidoo View is where we just were. That's why it was so high scaled. It is the Deathblight Dancing Lion. Hate. Alright, got him though. Scary boss down. Oh, Mesmer's Helm. The guy is deep down a rabbit hole. Yeah, but we looked everywhere there and we couldn't find any ways to continue to go. So I think that was just like a super long, convoluted dead end that he ended up being at. Okay, let's check here. Also, our James stream last night. Did we check the inverted statue? We did, yes. It was nothing. Dean! Live, Dean. He did not live. Oh, Academy key. That gets us 4 more checks once we're done with this. But this was Wyndham. Wyndham to boss. I don't really care where exactly this is. The point is it's just a boss room that we go through. Exits Lux. Literally a place we were about to check. To boss, to Lux. Loop. And then I'll just put on the next one, which was literally the next thing we're going to check. Lux. Loop. Okay, we should finish out Altus first so that it doesn't get too confusing. And then we can check the Academy keys. Dean is great, but if only we could summon Depression from DS2. Yeah. Well, I mean, Depression didn't really help us out. It just, you know, reminded us that it's constantly there. You know, didn't even really do anything to us. Just made us aware of its existence. What about Bonfire and Castle? I mean, there was like did not point to the spot. Only went, nope, it's not further than this. That'll get you to the next bonfire. And then was just me searching from there. Did not point to it in any way. Only stood in one doorway and said, no, it's not further than this. That's it. I'm surprised it hasn't staggered yet. I guess this spear does no poise. Nice. Oh, I should also go backwards on Dectus. Mesmer's Kindling! That lets us burn the ceiling tree. That's a key item. I mean, we don't have access to burning the ceiling tree yet, but if we did... Can you go backwards on Dectus if you don't have Dectus? You cannot. Right? It wasn't this one. Excuse you. Yeah, no. Never mind, can't go backwards on Dectus. Dectus. Backwards. Unexplored. Need Dectus. Back awards. Yo, Zemu, thank you for the sub. 34 months. Holy, welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. We had something that exited us from Godefroy, I'm pretty sure.
But maybe it was the Godefroy Arena? I should probably double check. Let me grab this brace up here, then double check on Godefroy. Abductions by the Virgin, abductors count as fog gates. I would have thought so, but we tried that and it did not send us anywhere, so I guess apparently not. I was pretty sure it should have, but it just did not. Also, for some reason, I didn't pick up that item that I rode directly over. You don't need the keys. I can just... Oh, I do need the keys. The imp seal is in effect. I'm pretty sure this is just a loop. Maybe it's just randomly the vanilla connection. There's no connection. There's no way to get back there. It just did the death and respawn at the death spot. Spirit Caller Cave. Yes, I have gone through here before. So this is Godefroy to Spirit Cave, which is a loop. Any imbued keys for belfry checks? We have used our 2 imbued keys so far. So it's possible that it still is an academy or is an imbued key check, but if it is, that means I'm just gonna have to find another imbued key by killing more bosses. This is slowly turning into an all bosses fog gate randomizer. Trying to piece more of the puzzle together. Yeah. It has been a long puzzle to piece. Alright, we can kill the bosses here to get ourselves, Oh, Serpent Bone Blade, the best katana. Everyone agrees. The solid #1 katana. How many medallions do we have? We have the full Haligtree, half of Dectus, and we have rolled. If it's actually just Kaled went straight to the end, that would be so funny. If the one spot that I've avoided checking because it was too early game was the one spot I needed to go. Actually use it in your first playthrough and you like it. It's still a katana. Katanas just have a solid moveset. It's just...
If you could have bleed or poison on your weapon, you would take bleed. Like, nothing wrong. Ooh, ritual sword. Nothing wrong with a little poison to add to your weapon. Just could be better. Oh, Godskin Duo. Let me take out the troll and stuff out front first, because I don't want this to become Godskin Quintuplet. Your money was definitely on Weeping? Yeah, I think we've checked all of Weeping now. Well, that's more stomps than I thought he could do at a time. One of you like to see me, but not the other? Aha. Aha! Separate them. You just gotta keep them separated. Couldn't quite see as he was spawning in. The timing on that. Guessed wrong. Okay, sure. Already replied to this, but are merchants key item checks, and did we talk to Ymir? Merchants are not key item checks, and I didn't talk to Ymir because it's not a key item check. But I mean, I guess I could. I was gonna talk to Ymir once we get the finger whistle, blow the finger whistles, so then we can also get access to the...
Been a minute. I got the Fluvid combo, so I'm Saul for chatting. Oof. Just wanted to say hi.
Yo. Thanks for stopping in and for the sub. Eclipse Tonight, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Yeah, Mir. Oh, this is a nothing. Okay. Yori, everyone's favorite. But for real this time. Do not get so close to the wall that I can't easily circle around you. What? Holy, he doesn't even have high scaling. They just all can attack at the same time. All right. Yep, that's a nothing. So we definitely have more here, but that was perfumers. To boss, nothing. My favorite backstab practice. I sure do love practicing backstabs. Rude. We can go to the sealed tunnel entrance. Jory's such a cool design. It sucks his fight is buns. The look of him, yeah.
I feel like we need a better word than design. When talking about video game stuff. If you're specific with it with like sound design or things like that, then like I feel like it's like, oh yeah, people can understand. But like the word design can be used, oh, it's Mesmer, in so many ways to like refer to so many things. Got him. About aesthetic? Right, aesthetic, obviously. But like, what if you're referring to aesthetic and music together? I mean, I guess you could say it has such a great aesthetic and music. I guess you could just be specific and just cut the word design from your vocabulary, or only ever use it with a prefix. Aesthetic design, audio design, music design, fight design, encounter design, room design, cinematography, which I don't think you would use design for. Like, I don't know. Maybe design just ain't the right fit. Okay, so that was... what's the cave called? It's Altus... Sealed Tunnel. Sealed Tunnel. To boss. And let's see if it continues on to more things. Oh, to another boss. Yeah, give me that riposte. Yeah. Sacred tier. So now it becomes, instead of two boss, it's two bosses. Oh, to High Road Cave from the top, but we've been to High Road Cave from the bottom, and there was no way out. Two bosses, to High Road Cave, which is a loop. Unless there's some extra hidden fog wall in here, but I doubt it. Okay, awesome. How about the thingy? And when you're talking about something else, the other thingy. Of course. Yo. Have I used any incantations or sorceries this run? Not on purpose. The only incants or sorceries I would ever use are buffs. Is there such a thing as de-sign the design? As in we write against company patents like Warner Bros. Nemesis system in Shadow of Mordor. Yeah, let's do that. Honestly. I know there's a cave with two bosses in it, but not that one. I don't remember which one. Sage's Cave has two bosses in it. I know that one. let's go this way. We'll take out the bosses along the way as well. We're strong enough, we should just be killing bosses for potential key items to potentially take us to new places, so I don't have to come back for them later. These ones are kind of annoying ones to set up, though. Can take a while to clear out the area. Yo, how's my day going? Pretty good. Had a nice lunch. I woke up and I was like, oh no, I'm sick. Which I guess I still might be, but like last night I was feeling kind of maybe sick, and then I woke up this morning and I was like, I'm definitely sick. But then I like actually got up and ate something and showered and whatnot, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I'm not sick. Maybe I'm fine actually. Ooh, RKR. So maybe I was fine this whole time. Why does it have to be a non-somber that you can't infuse? Sound better than I did last night during stream, yeah. Taker's cameo. I mean, not a bad talisman, but not what we're looking for. You and I just decide not to be sick. Yeah, you just make that decision. It's easy. And I do realize, probably because I was feeling under the weather, I kind of, like, skipped over. A lot of people asked about the ice skating that I did yesterday. And I was just like, oh, it was fun, but it was really tiring. But, like, I should probably actually, like, maybe describe it a little. Honestly, it's the second time I've ever been ice skating, but the first time was in high school. So it's been a while. And like it is fun, but like genuinely you activate so many leg muscles that like you don't even know exist. You're like, I didn't know I had those muscles in my leg. Because you're constantly adjusting yourself to stay upright. And when you get good at it, you learn that you don't have to use all those muscles constantly twitching, and it becomes a lot less exhausting. But when you're not good at it and you're constantly trying to adjust to not fall over, it's like, yep, there goes all of my leg muscles all at once. And I didn't fall, but I definitely kind of... Oh. Wow, that rat did a lot of damage. Definitely did a few times go, whoa! But then righted myself. Muscles you don't know exist are sore. Sounds like skating. Yep. Honestly, I didn't really make my muscles too sore. I also, like, I know the like, very basics of what you, in theory, should be doing when ice skating, when learning. Like, keep your legs, you know, parallel if you want to go at a constant speed, slightly out if you want to speed up, and slightly in if you want to slow down. And then you just always have your legs slightly outside of your center of your body, so they're always pushing against the ice slightly outward. And then if you just angle them slightly outward, you will start speeding up and your legs will start going out, and then you can just bring your legs in. That's the super basics of how to start ice skating. And then if you put them together, then as you're pushing outward, it, you know, pushes like them to stop. And then obviously forward is just, you're just going forward. It all, like, makes perfect sense. And then as I started to get a little more comfortable with my balance, I would start, like, pushing off on one leg and skating on the other, but not for very long. I was like, I'm gonna fall if I do this. I'm gonna push off too hard, lean myself over my center of mass, and just fall on the side. I had the same skiing. Yeah, skiing is the same principle, as is rollerblading. They all operate on the same principle. Doesn't mean they all, like, feel exactly the same when you do them, but skiing I find a lot easier to feel balanced. Maybe that's also because I've been skiing more times. Haha, get stuck, Electo.
PogChamp 7 months.
PogChamp. Stab. Tried to get out of the car when you got home and your entire body was revolting, yeah. Okay, the scaling here is actually pretty high, so this might be a good way to go. Because, like, Electo is not usually a tanky boss. But, like, look at how little damage we're doing. I mean, she's tankier than the other Black Knife Assassins, but not like this. Forgot that had hyper armor. Yo, what up, Liv? I'm doing good. Oh, thank you, Electo. I will not get trapped in that. Bye-bye. Ow. Oh, Morgoth's Great Rune. Great Rune number 4. Alright, surely whatever DTS is can't be that bad, you know? In Ronnie Questline, give an important item since Carrion Statue is a key item. If it's like the regular randomizer, then actually, surprisingly, no. Because it's, I guess, technically missable in some way or something. I don't know. I don't know the reasoning, but apparently, usually, it is not. Is skiing, snowboarding, and skating? Super Desert doesn't have such amenities. Yeah, that's tough. Getting the Goldilocks zone for skate tightness is also super important. Yeah, I mean, if anything, you want to be too tight rather than too loose, right? Did I already kill DTS? Did I walk out here and kill DTS before? If so, then this is a loop. So I can walk in and just find that it's a loop. I was going to talk to Ymir to check if he has a key item. We actually have done that already. No, there's no way we did. So DTS just decided to be dead? I guess. Okay, so this is DTS to nothing. Teleporter underground to capital be a check. Yes. And we have already checked that. Yeah, I guess DTS just died somehow. Oh, it's because we burned the capital. DTS goes away if you burn the capital. That's right. Because we found Morgoth early. Or we found Barra Missoula early. Did you kill Morgoth? He could be Margit. No, that's the arena. The Margit arena despawns if you kill Morgoth, not the Margit boss. But I like your thinking. Isn't there supposed to be a spirit spring here? Am I tripping? Isn't there? Isn't there a spirit spring here? Don't I always drop down here for... I guess maybe this goes away too when you burn the capital. But if you add some important item, then either the randomizer would not put an important item on him, would make sure that you have to kill him in order to possibly burn the capital, or would give you the important item when you burn the capital. And it would just be like, why did I get like 10 items for burning the capital? It would be because you got the DTS items. I believe that Chris said that DTS just never has a key item because he's missable. I believe he said that was the solution they went with. DTS just never has a key item. Okay, heroes. Did we check Dane? Maybe he teleports somewhere else. We never did check Dane. We should check Dane. That's an interesting idea. Oh, not underground. Heroes to... well, specifically underground sewers. To sewers. Yeah. I'll be back for this. Let me go check the other one first, because it could be a quick little check off. Then we'll go back to the sewers. Indel has so many ways to go. Our capital and crumbled capital after killing Malekith. 2 separate areas in this rando, or regular capital has to be done first. They are 2 separate areas. Good question. I can currently now teleport to both. And they have different fog walls that go to different places. Guess I don't think there's a legal way in-game to burn the capital without fighting DTS. There is. If you go underground through here, through Mimic Tier, and you go to Fia's Champs, you kill Fia's Champs, you can take that teleporter into the capital while DTS is alive. You then just continue on normally from there, and DTS is gone. I wonder if that's also why they have a DTS guarding Malekith's door, so that if you somehow skipped him and missed him, you'd still find him there, and wouldn't, like, miss out on the experience of the boss overall. Only that one instance of it. That's probably not it, but is an interesting idea. Even if accidental. It's probably for the lore, not for a reason like that, but... Okay, so this one is... Whatever this catacomb is. Lanedale outskirts. Skirt. Outskirts. Cat to boss. First Fallgate Rando had really funny loop. Godfrey room, Gideon room, Godfrey room, something else, Godfrey room. Oh, Lamenter. Everybody's favorite. Oh, his scaling is kind of actually a little rough for us. Like, we are not doing great damage here. Should hopefully be bloody enough on this next one that I can find him right away instead of killing them. I always killed some of them on the first one just in case he's not bloody enough to easily see him yet. It's honestly not even a bad idea to do for the first like 2 or 3, but once you got him and you just get the old quick transition like that, it's much better. Unfortunately, he's not poisonable, so... Why did he cry even though all the clones were already gone? Oh well, I'll take it. Okay, so now it becomes from boss to bosses. Does he still have insta-kill feature in Rando? Yep. The Elementer out of the pool feels good, yeah. Picked him for outside capital because they knew they had another one somewhere. Maybe. Nope, even more bosses. It's Ancient Dragon Man. Who is poisonable. And the scaling, not too bad, honestly. Oh, and I have Kindred of Rots? What a coincidence. Gotcha. Yep, all NPC. Ancient Dragon Man, take me by the hand, lead me to the land. Okay, and so now double tally from Lame Man Tur. Oh, into another boss. Wait, wait, is the cutscene gonna keep me in the boss fight? Okay, that is not a fog wall. That cutscene not a, oh jeez, our damage is low here though. But we know it's not the one that summons, so we should be fine. I just gotta play it safe, gotta play it smart. Oops. Oh, that hurts. Holy. And this is also only phase 1. Oh. Hello, sir. Sir? Okay, he came back down. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Wendy's no. No, not Dean. Oh, I didn't think that would quite go that far. My bad. I hate that that's a frame trap. Yep, it's just a pure frame trap. Oh. Easy. This is not deathless, no. My dear daughter.
Leave thy night. Where did he flee, my sweetings? Come out.
It's a ghost. How do you poison a ghost? It's not a ghost, it's a skeleton.
There are books and light aplenty.
It's ghost flame. The flame that it does is a ghost, but it itself is a skeleton dragon. So... Is it did it get poisoned? I don't think it's poisonable. I think I don't think you can poison bones. You can rot bones. Bones can rot, but bones cannot poison. It's gotta be living tissue to poison. I think. We did have the discarded palace key. Yes, yes. Skeletons are not poisonable if I remember correctly. I believe that to be the case as well. And so this ends up leading to nothing. There are no more fog gates from here. Let me double check that going back out the door goes back to where we were. Occasionally, some entrances and exits are slightly different, but I don't see any reason why this one would be. It didn't get poisoned. Yeah. Okay, so laying down outskirts to that, which leads to nothing in the end. It doesn't even matter. Did I also get something from this to check? Did I just get a key item? Hold on, let me show recent items tab. Oh, I got Morgoth's Great Rune semi-recently, which I do have Morgoth's Great Rune Tower, which then would be open. I don't think that's gonna matter for us, but we should check that. How did the flame die and become a ghost in the first place? Was that what Dark Souls was about? Yes. More health is never bad. Yeah, but I'd have to use a rune arc to activate it, and this isn't a deathless run, so... Yes, it's good, but it's not... I'm probably not going to use it unless I'm like, holy, I need to live through this boss. It keeps one-shotting me. Almost everything rottable, despite specters and rot producers. Pretty much, yeah. Rot is like a celestial force. It's not like rot as you would normally think about it. It is like a celestial infestation that can infest everything. Or not exactly everything, but like a lot of things. Great Rune restored. Oh, well now I have to go all the way back to get to the hero's grave. To, go through the sewers. By that logic, you'd think madness would be more useful. That, you would think. Madness is a manifestation of the frenzy god, the flame of frenzy. But it seems to only affect tarnished? Also have to check Dane, yes. We also have Academy Key. That's 4 more checks there once we're done with this. Boyfriend dog went to bed. Have my full attention. All right. Oh, and we need to go down early because the Spirit Spring isn't there. Whee. Isn't there a mod that makes all status effects do something cool? There's probably like 10 mods that do that. Is that by chance a pipeline punch monster? Ultra Strawberry Dreams. 0 sugar. Plus taurine. When did we get Academy Key? Recently? I think the boss before DTS. The Bell-Bearing Hunter, I think. Frenzy applies only to Tarnished, as Frenzy needs sentience. But for the character to not be a god. The lore. We're learning. Excuse me, pardon me, coming through, excuse me.
Aren't there frenzied trolls and rats, though? I guess that implies rats are sentient and trolls are sentient. So... And also, not gods. That makes sense to me. Let's go down... to Escar first. With that little skippy skip. Oh, it's a mist here? Wasn't expecting that. Okay. Would there be any other mists in here? What is even up here? Is there anything up here? Like anything worth considering? There's this lever that shortcuts you back, but that's it. Okay. But that is still maybe worthwhile for if I have to come back here later for some reason. If this leads to something interesting that I need to think about. Either can you frenzy Godskin nobles or apostles? They're god adjacent. Or something. Frenzy sheep in the DLC too. Yeah, yeah. Anything can spread frenzy, but only human types can be hurt by it. Ah. Hello, PK. You are a big bag of bones, so I don't think you can poison. Can you stop running? Oh, you're just gonna do this move again. Bro knows one move. Okay. Putrescence in Abyss? Makes sense. Yeah. Makes sense. Like when Rathian uses her strongest move, running back and forth at a moderate pace. Yep. Okay, so this one is Catacomb to boss. Why can't you friendly Gostock? I understand he's not tarnished,
But still. Probably because they didn't want to make a frenzy animation for his model. Yeah, if we're being real with ourselves. This is, I believe, where I came in, but let me double check. How many aging untouchables have I come across? 2, I think? Yes. Good, so we go the other way. Like how the hardest boss, maybe not the hardest, but one of the hard boss challenges you can do in Hollow Knight, the hardest move that it has is the boss walking at you. That's the one that will just hit you every time. And if you're not sure which one I'm talking about, let's just say he's pretty great, powerful, magnanimous, overzealous, beautiful, radiant, is how I would probably describe it, you know. I despise walking. Ooh, this is an actual catacomb. Is this Wyndham? Which catacomb is this? Oh, Minor Erd Tree. So, catacomb to boss to Minor Erd Cat. Which probably is just going to go straight through, but we'll see. Alert. Invincible, fearless, sensual, mysterious, enchanting, vigorous, diligent, overwhelming, gorgeous, passionate, terrifying, beautiful, powerful. Alert. Oh, this is the one where I was supposed to send the elevator back up, because then we go under. Once we pull this. Somewhere, a heavy door is opened. Love Hollow Knight, hate touch damage, it feels cheap. Yeah, and some bosses, they took out touch damage, because, like, they realized that it doesn't work all the time. I think there are some bosses where the entire point is them touching you. Ones that just bounce around trying to touch you. It's like, that makes sense. But ones that, like, literally have a sword that they swing at you, and you avoid the sword, and then stub their pinky toe, and you take full damage. It's like, okay. Alright. All right, where does this go to? Oh, Lakeside Crystal Cave, which I've been through before, so it's a loop. Okay. That's a loop. Back to the sewers. Looks nicer when you have the alert emote. I made that for when Parky was doing the boss rush thing. Yeah, yeah. The P5. We probably should have the alert emote. I feel like that's a solid one. Or you take damage walking into a stunned boss. Yeah, that one's extra stupid. The boss is stunned. How can it hurt me? There wouldn't be a multiplayer fog wall at, At Mr. Stinky. Would there? I don't think so. The cat alert, yeah. We need to get some way that we can A, have enough emote slots that we can have all the emotes that everybody has. And B, maybe make like a redemption that's more expensive, but maybe not like way more expensive than a regular emote redemption that's like call a mod vote to make an emote permanent or something. Because like there's so many emotes that I want to have permanently, but it's like we want to also have the rotation, but like, and I'm too lazy to actually look for new good permanent emotes. But like, you know, rather than just ones that it's like one person likes, if it's like, ooh, nice. If people just are using it all the time, it feels like making more emotes permanent makes sense. Alert. Did I do this one-handed punch or two-handed punch? I think I did it two-handed. And then you just do a little yoop. And it works 60% of the time. It works every time. No practice. No nothing. Just send it. We do have moved a lot of them to 7 TV, yeah. Did I skip any doors with this skip? I don't think so, but I really don't want to explore the sewers, so unless somebody tells me for sure there's a fog wall in the sewers somewhere, I think I'm just gonna say screw it. If it's in the sewers and that's the end, then I guess we'll lose. Second boss down there by the lobsters or something. There's a catacomb there, which, yes, we already went to. Ah. The mountaintop catacombs. Okay, so this is sewer Moog to mountain cat. Does the door to the Frenzy Flame count as a fog door in this? Maybe, but that's past Sewer Moog, right? So I'd have to get the fog wall that's at Sewer Moog and then continue from there? But probably yes. I would guess yes, but yes in a way that I can't get to right now. It's after Moog. Yeah. And this is one where here's the door, so we send this back up so that we can get back to here at the end. This is the catacomb. This is one of the catacombs I really hate. This is the catacomb that killed our second best run ever by getting the DLC scaled bug that two-shot us. Ow. There is a bug? Well, it was the, you know, literal, shrimp bug guy thing. Am I going the wrong way? I might be going the wrong way. I may be doing a little bit of trolling. I never remember which way to go in this catacomb. We do a little... No, never mind. This is correct. You do you then drop here, and now you're in Bizarro World. Where you then send the elevator up and drop down. I believe is it. Yes. Oh God, is it behind the Miranda, or is it continue to drop down? It's neither. It's this way. Yes, and then around, and then that's it. And then that's where we died. In former PB. And then the fastest way back, although it's close either way, I believe is actually to Memory of Grace. Trying to do it deathless. No. We have already died quite a few times. This is for fun. Deathless is not fun. Restarting, if you die, is not fun. I'm trying to, you know, relatively minimize deaths. I'm not just, like, trying to die for no reason, but... much more fun when you're allowed to die. Just confused why you're saying previous attempt. You know, that's a good question. There hasn't really been a previous attempt of this, but previous randomizer, I guess, is more accurate. Different setting randomizer, but a previous randomizer. Oh. And this goes back to Godskin Duo, so that's a loop. To Godskin Duo, which is a loop, which was originally nothing, but now is a loop. Are you trying to do it? Less. Yes, always. Can't have any oo-woos. That's unacceptable. Why is there a thing that shows Glovewort, Pickers, Bellbearing 3, and Crumbling Ferrum? Did I pick up, like, a hint? Or something? I mean, I guess I'll pick that. I don't know. I don't think that makes any difference. Okay, so that is the end of that way in the here. Now we can go to Old Altus Tunnel. We can go to the Shaded Castle. We can eventually go to Mount Gelmir as well, because that's all connected. But then we can go to Writhe-Blood. Actually, I think I've checked all of... Maybe I didn't check Gelmir. I don't remember if I've checked Gelmir. I remember we had access to it, but I don't remember if we actually checked it. Yeah, Old Altus, Shaded, Ruins, Windmill, Wormface, Altus Tunnel, and then also Lanciax, Hero's Grave. And then that, I think, finally will end this place, which is so long. Old Altus, you got in behind the Stone Sword Key before and it was nothing. Thank you. Great memory. That's 100% true. You are true and correct, and saves me Stone Sword Keys, so we can just ride past that, which actually means then I can just port straight to Bridge of Iniquity. Those without permission. Clips of the channel are always allowed. Well, unless they're, you know, unless you're annoying me or being malicious with them. It's like a whole thing Twitch, though, like, incentivizes and wants is people sharing clips. They even were, like, giving people badges for a while for sharing clips in chats that you made of the stream that you're currently watching. I'm glad that's gone, because it would lead to people clipping nothing just to post it and get the badge. And it was like, that was a dumb idea, Twitch. I don't know why you thought that would work. But if it's genuinely good moments, it's actually a good way to sort of support the stream. Like, it's a way to possibly get more views on a good clip that then can be seen by more people, potentially. So, joking. But are you? Since we don't, you know, usually like links with no context. Your torrent behaves so well on jumps like that. Mine would just dive bomb straight down and die. It's because I was holding the walk button. The button that makes torrent walk. Say something sussy for the clip. I would never say anything sussy. Yeah, I'm sure you would never find a clip of me saying anything sussy, so guess I'll never go viral. Yathlin thinking she's in Aggie's stream here. Okay, so Elmo, where does he go? Some sussy quotes, surely. Nah, I would never. Nah, no way. Oh, Malekith room. Okay. Elimer to Malekith entrance. Now the question of how far backwards can we go from here? Oh, we can get to Plassey from here for sure. I don't think bird skip gets us anything. I think we have to go all the way walking back to Godskin Duo, or we have to go to Plassey. So I think there's 2 ways to go from here. Isn't this a loop again? No, we have never been here. We have been inside Godskin Duo's room. We have not been on the outside exit of Godskin Duo's room. No skip it a grace. Well, we're literally going to be required to teleport back here, so skip it a grace would be pretty silly. Plassey and the Godskin backside doors. I believe it's only 1. I'm not even 100% sure that you can get back up to that backside door from this side, but we'll see if we can. We'll try. Is there a way to do a reverse bird skip to get back up? I think there actually might be. Oh, moose entrance, I think. I don't think you can. You have to drop there. Ah, and we've been here before. This is one of the gold-free ones. Okay, so this is Plassy to gold-free, not hold-free. Is this a stream where I can ask car questions? My car broke down today and I need some help. You can sure ask them. I mean, you might not get any answers, but you could probably ask a question. Did you turn it off and on again? That does usually work. Bonk. You can, at the very least, get to here. Which I think goes back. You then just climb these stairs to get a little bit of height. That then, I guess, goes over here. To get you back to this place. And then you climb the stairs again. And then there's also this extra fog wall here. I thought there might be. Haha. Perfect. Bellurat jail inside. But we've been... I'm almost positive we've been at the bottom of this jail. Any confirmers? We've been at the bottom of 2 jails. And I'm like pretty sure this is one of them. Bottom of Bonnie for sure. I think it was Bonnie and Bellurat, and then Lamenter we went through from the top. I believe. So this is extra elevator fog to Bellurat jail top, which we're almost positive is a loop. Can check for a minute just to be sure. It's like 2 or 3 minutes, but fine. Fine. And then we're probably gonna have to walk all that way again to get back there again, because I can't just exit this and be back where we want to be, but fine. Doesn't the Foggate Rando have a setting for decoupled doors? It has a setting for some decouplings. So what it has is what's it called? Minor sending gates. If selected, all sending gates and transporter chests in required areas only can lead to other required areas. No, that's not it. Turn to entrance portals. Treat academy gates and grand lifts as coupled warps. Treat two-way sending gates as coupled warps. So there are some that you can treat as coupled gates or as coupled warps or not. But The rest are always coupled. There's no fully decoupled as far as I know. I sure do love rune bears. Sure do love rune bears. Sure do love rune bears. I was curious if the difficulty level of the game itself takes away from the enjoyment. Love to experience the game with a light bit of challenge thrown in, but not so much to the point that you can't enjoy it. The enjoyment usually, or the challenge usually is the enjoyment. If you do not want to be challenged too much, Elden Ring is probably not the game for you. I wouldn't say it's challenging to the point where you can't do it, but the enjoyment comes from overcoming the challenge. If you do not care for overcoming challenges, you just want to, like, you know, see the bosses, see the game, whatever, is probably not the game or genre for you. You're willing to try. Okay. I hope you enjoy it, because I really love it. I think Elden Ring is one of the greatest games ever made, period. But it is all about the challenge. One of the more forgiving of Souls-likes, there are a lot of ways to unstuck yourself. There are a lot of ways to unstuck yourself. It's a great beginner experience. It's also very challenging, though. Like, having recently replayed another Souls game from the past that people thought was hard back then, boy, it's piss easy compared to Elden Ring. Elden Ring does genuinely have some challenges, but it at least isn't frustrating in the way that it presents them, like older ones were. Older ones were, like, mean. They weren't, like, that challenging, but if you didn't meet the challenge, they were like, and you're slapped with punishment, and now you're weaker for the next try, and now you're out of resources, and now you got no currency, and now you're screwed. And it was like, oh, thank you. That was nice. Okay, yep, we have gone this way before. As I thought, it is a loop. Whereas Elden Ring is like, no, just try again. You can just walk in and try again. No big deal. Or you can go somewhere else. You can come back later. It's up to you. Okay, anyway, we were in Farum Azula. I think we have to walk again from beside the Great Bridge. Elden Ring should challenge you to think differently. If you're throwing yourself at a boss for 3 hours, try something else. Go level a little. If you're spending 3 hours slamming against a brick wall, you won't have fun. Or you will, if that's what you enjoy. I mean, I'd probably... I have thrown myself against a boss for a lot longer than 3 hours and had a lot of fun. The idea of Elden Ring for you is exploration. You rarely get stuck. You can even skip at a Rolana in DLC. I was stuck on her, but knowing Elden Ring, I was pretty sure there was another path, and there was, in fact, one. Yep. Even the first big castle, you can just walk around. Not a lot of people know that, because, you know, a lot of people approach it with, oh, big castle. I'm going to go in there, and I'm not going to come out until everything in there is dead. But, yeah, you can actually just walk around. I'm completely helpless when it comes to challenges. I just also want to appreciate story elements and the other parts of the game. So that's where, in my opinion, as someone who loves Elden Ring dearly, I don't think Elden Ring has a story. Not... That's a little too far, but, like, it doesn't really have a story. Like, it says about, oh wow, that's a cool guy. It's like, yeah, he has a backstory. It's like, he does. It's like, yeah, we're not gonna tell it to you. Oh, okay. No, you don't get to know his backstory. He has one for sure though. Okay, and how does he fit into the grand scheme of things? He doesn't, or maybe he does, but we're not sure how he. I mean, presumably he does. We think. And why are we killing him again? Cause he's a boss. He's got a boss health bar, so get to killing, you know? Okay, wait, so this is too high up, actually. I actually don't want to go up this high. What even is the point of allowing you to go up this high? Is there something from here? Because I think I want to be down there. Backstory expressed through random descriptions, yeah. I mean, it's very intriguing. If you like mysteries and don't care about them being resolved, it can present a lot of neat stuff that you're like, oh, that's very neat. But if you want to actually comprehend it all, good luck. Oh, I can't climb back up there, so I do need to go up and then jump from up. That seems dangerous, but I think there's a way. I might have to do a little parkour, though. Not this way. Bye. Also allows the player to have their own opinion on what is going on. Yeah. Which still to me does not really feel like a story, but okay, so from here I could drop to that. Does that help? That could get me down to there, but again, there doesn't get us back around. I believe the only option is to jump from here onto that. Which we did make it. And then I believe we've got to get from here to the Grace. Which we did. Nice. Find reading in-game descriptions and Reddit threads and watching YouTube vids fun. It's extremely obtuse and not for everyone. Yeah. Okay. Pro gamer. Ah, Cliff Bottom Catacombs. So this is nothing. Godskin Duo. Exit to nothing. Okay. We are cruising through Skidoo Altus, but there is still more. Tried getting into the story by watching some VOD videos. Just not interesting to you. Glad it exists for people that want to dive in. Oh, yeah. Oh, Crystal Sword. Don't love that. It's maybe a better weapon than the Smith Script Spear I had, but the Smith Script Spear I had Impaling Thrust, which I like. Ow. Alright, what do we got here? Kaled. Wait, Minor Erdtree Catacombs. Didn't we walk in the other side of this just a second ago? No! We're at Wardead Catacombs. Why did it show me at Minor Erdtree for a second? We're in Wardead Catacombs. Okay. So this is... I don't know what they're called. I'm going to call them Magnus Ruins. To War Dead Cat. The call to adventure for the Tarnished is Marika's guidance through the graces. Yeah, it's just... It's not a great call to action for the player. If that makes... Or... It's a call to action that is a... Oops, I need to open the door. That is meaningless to the player. Because it also feels meaningless to the Tarnished. The Tarnished has no... Doesn't seem to have a great opinion on the Guidance of Grace, because obviously he doesn't talk. And so without having your character have any obvious interest in why you're doing this, and without an obvious explanation to you as a player for why they're doing this, because like if your character was invested but you didn't yet know why, that could almost be like an interesting mystery. But like, it is a thing that points you where to go, that you know exists, and you know is pointing you where to go, but you don't know why it exists. You don't know why it's pointing you where to go. You don't know why you want to go there. You don't know why your character wants to go there. You don't know if your character wants to go there. Only that this is the game mechanic that tells you where to go. And so that is technically your call to action. Ah, it's a loop. It is a loop. War Dead Catacombs is a loop. We've been here before. Oh, you want a story-driven game? Time to go back to Sekiro. I don't... Not really. And as I said, I love Elden Ring. It's just, you know. If you want a story-driven game, I just don't think this is the game for that. If someone says, I want to experience Elden Ring's story, I'm like, you know, I just don't know that that's the right reason to play this game, you know? I think it does a great job still of immersing you in the world, making you believe every moment of the world. There's nothing in the game that like takes you out and goes like, whoa, this is what? You're all still thinking about it within the context of the world, which is excellent world building, right? Excellent world building. It's just there isn't an emotional narrative to follow. You feel nothing. You are just intrigued. It never breaks your suspension of disbelief where you're like, oh, they did this because it's a game. You know, it never takes you out of the world, but you are in the world as more of a passive observer than as like, even when you're literally playing the game and doing the events, you still feel more like a passive observer than like an active, like, invested party. I think a lot of people think that lore equals story, which I do not think is true. Yeah, lore and story are very different. Lore is the Silmarillion, story is the Lord of the Rings. Elden Ring has a huge Silmarillion that you could spend an eternity, bam, reading up about all the things, but it's, you know, imagine if the Lord of the Rings, instead of, you know, having Frodo and Sam, you know, they're in the Shire and you learn all about them and you need to know about their quest to go to it, and you feel how Frodo's struggling with the weight of the ring and Sam has to help him and they're friends and they have this tension and conflict where the ring is slowly making Frodo, you know, turn towards Gollum's side and all of this. Instead it's like,
Yeah, so there's like monsters on the way, and if you go to the volcano and you throw the ring in, and the quest is done. It's like, cool. Why are we doing that? Cause like it's evil, probably. Yeah. Oh, okay. Is there like a personal motivation? No. You just there's an arrow that points you towards the mountain, and you've got a ring. You should probably. A maiden told me to do it. A maiden told you should probably go throw this ring into the fire at Mount Doom. That's what it says. So I don't know. You can read up about it though. You can read up about why he's so evil and why the ring should be thrown in the mountain. You could. Would you like to read about it? You can read about it. I'm not gonna tell you, but you can read about why the ring is so evil though. Like, you know, that's what Elden Ring is. That's. I love Elden Ring to death, but it just does not get you emotionally invested in any character whatsoever. Mimic tier. I like how you can like see it T-posing in the back there before Ooh. Stab. You're invested in Alexander. Okay, you know, I think that's fair. I think Alexander is an exception. I think that's totally fair. Ooh, another sacred tier. Man, we have so many. We are rolling in it. That's a good call. Alexander is a good exception to the you don't care about anyone or anything. Solaire touched the hearts of many despite just kind of being a guy. Yeah, I mean, he at least interacted in a friend... like... Oh, Dancing Lion. Not Deathblight this time, though. We already faced the Deathblight one. Whoa. He's flying. Stab. Yoink. No key items, but some solid stuff. Shaman Village stuff was very bleak. Yeah. Again, you know,
stuff that you're reading about that happened long ago that doesn't affect you, but was very bleak. So I made a whole message about Lord of the Ring lore, and then I realized how long it was, and it was not worth the bit anymore. Yep. Oh, we are in Cliff Bottom Catacombs. From Altus Tunnel to Cliff Bottom Catacombs. To Cliff Bot Cat. The Cliff Bot a Cat. What do we even need to fix the lands between? Are there even people who live there anymore that aren't mindless zombies or monsters? They talk about countries outside the lands between. Are they at risk? Right. We don't know the effects of any of that. And part of that is on purpose, so that at the end, when you have a great choice to make of will you become the Elden Lord, or will you usher in the Age of Stars, or will you, whatever all the names of the endings are, which in the end are all, semi-meaningless. It's like, oh, I legitimately don't know what will happen in each of these. And so you can make a choice that is not an informed choice. But you can make a choice on that. I think an informed choice is kind of cooler. Like, I don't think even Dark Souls 1 did the greatest job with a story, but I felt like I more understood what the probable outcomes were for choosing to link the fire or not. So Elden Ring, I'm like, I don't even understand what I'm doing. Aside from, I want to be the king. I do like how From games don't have a 2-hour exposition plus tutorial and just lets you play the game. Yeah. Right, I do think it is part of the charm. I don't think I would necessarily change the way they do it for the world. But I do think they were more successful with a story in a game like Sekiro than Elden Ring. Despite probably taking, much, much less time to develop the story of Sekiro, because they didn't have to hire George R.R. Martin and, get him to create a lore book, basically the Silmarillion, and then use that lore book to create a story. They probably took 10 times as much effort to create Elden Ring's story, and I think Sekiro's is more successful. I think Elden Ring's lore is more successful, but I think Sekiro's story is more successful. This is where we literally just were. It loops to where we literally just checked, and I could have remembered that, but I didn't. So that is a... So that was Altus Tunnel, so now we'll go to Lanciax, which actually is fastest from Outer World Battleground. Isn't the lore, in essence, part of the setting, though? Yes, absolutely part of the setting. Well, it's technically world building, which world building consists... So, I guess lore and setting are, a little different, but they are both under the overall world building. World building is the total sum of, the lore and setting and things like that. Do you make something that is believable that players can lose themselves in? And then the story is the direct interaction of the player with what the game, shows you about stuff. Which software am I using for the flowchart? It's called Textize Mind Map. The Textize isn't... I don't know that this is the greatest mind map program. It's literally just find any mind map program, and you can just manually make a mind map. Are you more compelled by Sekiro's setting or Lands Between? They're the two sides of storytelling in this case. I don't really care about either of their settings, so I mean, I guess I'm more compelled by Elden Ring's setting, but I'm much more compelled by Sekiro's story. I'll put it this way. When I got to the ending selection in Elden Ring, I thought about which of these would be the hardest to get again in a New Game Plus. I should probably select that one. When I got to the ending selection in Sekiro, the big choice, I went, okay, well, there's no way I can do that one. Obviously, I'm doing this choice. I'd be a monster to pick the other option. Rivers of Blood. I was invested and I did care. In Sekiro and in Elden Ring, I was like, well, if I want to get all the achievements, I should probably do the one that's gonna make it, you know, the easiest to get the achievements late. Like I was, you know, I was like, I didn't have an actual investment in the endings. And maybe you do. Maybe you are grabbed more than I was, but easy. Dark Moon Ring. That does get us a new way to go, unless... No, we actually don't need that, unless we find the exit from Estelle. Same dude for achievements, and then married the Tarnished True Life, and then True New Game +1 ending. There you go. Ariza side... Wait, which Ariza side tomb is this, though? Wait. Lord of the Rings Online. Oh, nice. Okay, so this is... Heroes to... Excuse me. Ariza... I think this is up Bizarro? Question mark? I don't know if it's Bizarro or not.
Bless you.
There's two different ones that look very similar like this. Wait, so this is... I'm almost positive that if I drop down here... we would be at places we've already been. So the one new way here would be up here. I'm almost positive, but I can double check on that. Elden Ring and Dark Souls story is more about the world than the character, so it makes sense that the endings would be more vague and unimportant to the player. Sekiro and Bloodborne are more about Wolf Hunter rather than the world around them. Right. And I think that is... I think that's really the only way to tell a story. Am I tripping on that? Does not every character, or does not every story pretty much by necessity need a character through which to tell the story and invest the audience? You know, be it book,
be it movie, be it video game. Is that not effectively a prerequisite of having a good story? Not necessarily, but it's very common. So what is a genuinely good story that does not have that? Oh, it's a loop. Shifra Riverwell loop. Okay, because this was from up Bizarro, and I believe it's the only place it can go, but it's Shifra entrance Limgrave. Loop. Let me double check that there was nothing else in Ariza's side tomb. Silent protagonists are a big thing. Zelda, but Zelda though is way more direct about it. He may not talk. I don't care about him talking. It's not specifically talking. But you care about Link. You care about Zelda. You care about Sheik. You care about the state of the world. You understand that your actions as a child doomed the world due to the fall of Ganon. It explains that to you, even with saying almost nothing. You learn that he's part of the you know, the Gerudo tribe and the Triforce, and what this means for the world if you do and do not stop him, and like. And everywhere that you go, there's the story of the Zoras, there's the story of the Gorons. You understand what happened to them within this time frame. Like, I think Zelda does have a character through which it can tell the story much more effectively. And I don't even think Zelda's like the greatest story ever told. I'm not trying to be like, damn, that's the greatest story in fiction. But like, I think it's still much more effective than Elden Ring for the same kind of style. There's a lot of words. I never played a Zelda game. They're good. You should. Yes, this is the very start. So let me just go through one of these just to double check that I have in fact been here before, and then we can get out of here. Game is an interesting medium that allows you to experience the world without having a full main character. You have a pawn you control, but it doesn't have to be a character. Right. It's hard for you to like older 2D games. 3D in this case. Ocarina of Time is 3D. And it's so good. The graphics don't hold up, but pretty much everything else about the game I think holds up very surprisingly well. Okay, I think that's literally everything in Altus aside from walking over to here and doing this. Mount Gelmir. We did exit from Volcano Manor. We went around here, across the bridge, and Mount Gelmir, we got the Bridge of Iniquity and the Mount Gelmir first campsite. So now from here, we can go to the hero's grave from the outside and a few other things. Yeah, I think this makes sense. So I'm just going to write this as a new node, which doesn't necessarily have to be here, but I'm going to call it walk to Gelmir, which then has several places to go. Majora's Mask is also peak. Majora's Mask is yeah, also peak. Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask almost is like one game. It like, they're similar enough that if you played one directly into the other, it's like, but yeah, both fantastic. FromSoft games are, after all, heavily inspired by Ico and Shadow of the Colossus. Yeah. Oh, Shadow of the Colossus. I haven't actually played all the way through Shadow of the Colossus, but Shadow of the Colossus is maybe a good example of kind of not really having a character, but still having a compelling story that people like. It's a lot more stripped down, though, into why does the character care? So actually, maybe I wouldn't count that. I kind of know the ending of Shadow of the Colossus, despite not having played it. Aha, it's a nothing. Snowfield Catacombs, nothing. So this is Heroes to Conk Cat. Nothing. Character in Shadow of the Colossus is very directly related to the story, isn't he? By the end, yes, but at the start, it's very... doesn't tell you anything. At the start, it's Elden Ring. At the start, it's... there are Colossi. Don't know what you want from me. There's Colossi over there. Go kill them or don't. I don't know, up to you. But by the end, from what I understand, you realize it's a mystery that gets solved, whereas Elden Ring is a mystery that, like, keeps hinting at stuff but never really, like, gets to the point. The only motivation is to move forward. Game like Inside, nameless, faceless, and essentially motiveless character. All the player knows is avoid capture. I don't think I played Inside. Is that like Limbo? I played Limbo. Just like Limbo. Okay. Inside and Limbo are similar. Okay, yeah, that was definitely... yeah, your motivation is to go forward, but... yeah, and I mean, I don't know. I probably wouldn't say Limbo has the greatest story ever either. Maybe Inside does. I haven't played it. We continue. Both banger games. Environmental storytelling to convey a heavier message. Yeah. Those games prove that you can create an emotive experience purely through atmosphere and environmental storytelling. I have distinct memories of how I felt in various locations, far more impactful than many games with strict narrative structures. Can you give an example of a location and a feeling? I'm not sure that I could say that. I mean, I remember distinctly boss fights and how awesome they were and things like that. I remember distinctly, whoa, that looks so cool, or things like that. I don't remember distinctly, like... oh, I do remember fear. Not like extreme, not like a horror game, but I do remember being deeply unsettled in a certain woods of the Shadow of the Erd Tree. So I guess that would count. Shrine of Amana, fear. Yep, a fear of all those damn casters. That was very effective environmental storytelling, for sure. I guess there's maybe, like, being, you know, grossed out in certain places, or... I was pretty scared in the Abyssal Woods, yeah. Like a lot of the emotion in the Churches of America. I remember
Wanting to find the third, the second, the first. I wanted to see how they were cared on, to see how people cared for America over time. That feels very like like a personal quest, because the game doesn't represent it that way, you know? Like I don't know. Maybe I'm too stupid, but I didn't understand it as first, second, third church, as in they were like built in that order, and I could get a story going from one to the next type of a thing. I do remember you'd get to a church and Melina would have some voice lines for you, and she'd tell you about how America was this great leader and her people prospered, but then for some reason she decided to shatter the Elden Ring, and we don't know why, and you need to figure it out and stop her, whatever it was. I don't even remember what Melina told you. That's maybe just on me. I remember that. I don't remember, like, feeling strong emotions in those spots in particular. The emotions are often awe, suspense, fear, discomfort, etc. Okay, that's fair. I would argue those aren't really story emotions, if that makes sense. Like, those are emotions, and you did feel them, and I do think those are cool and good emotions to have in the game and to feel, but not. I just don't feel like those were like in a story related way. Like, being awed at the size of this city didn't connect to me of like the overall, you know, story of, oh my god, this city is so impressive, and this is the city where those events happened. And now that I see how impressive the city is, I understand why they tried so hard to defend it, or, you know, something like that. Like, I just don't feel like, to me, it connects in that way, if that makes sense. That I do agree. I was awed. I was in fear in places. I was discomforted in places, but it was like that place as an isolated thing, right? Like, I don't think the grandeur of, again, I'll go back to Lord of the Rings, Minas Tirith, which was, it's like, damn, look at that city. Like, if that's all I got from it, and there was a battle that happened at Minas Tirith, and I had no idea why the battle was happening, or who was trying to win the battle for what reasons, or whatever, I was just like, damn, that's a nice city. Like, I'd be like, okay, you know? That's my only point, is that it doesn't make the full connection to me. Can he get the skip? Oh, he skipped a catacomb. Sheesh. Ow. He gets splattered the catacomb. Get smashed. The environments almost always feel really well done. Yeah, I love the environments in Elden Ring and all Souls games. They're so good. Don't know if anything said anything about it yet, but there's a very heavy sadness in the Shaman village. Yes, that was mentioned. It's very bleak. While at the same time being so pretty. It's like, it just feels off. You're like, what's missing here? What was here that no longer is? Oh, it's this catacomb. Yep. is this catacomb called? Where did we enter this? I remember none of these things. But we made it to the end. All right, I should write this down first. So this is Scorpion River Catacombs. And this is from... I'll just call it Gelmir Cave to Scorp River Cat. Feeling of seeing things like Anor Londo and Firelink in DS3 after playing DS1 is pretty strong storytelling with just an environment. I still disagree. I don't think I can agree with that, because I think they are very strong emotions that you can feel. I think they're very cool. I think they're a great mystery. Like, why is this again? But I don't think an unresolved mystery. I mean, technically it gets resolved if you read the lore items or whatever. You know, you can figure out, oh, actually, this is Anor Londo. Blah, 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 this is how it got here. I don't think just unresolved mystery and feeling emotions for seeing something again and making speculations in your head about why, what, when, where is, to me, story. I think I would say I would not count that necessarily as story. Cool. I like it. But and thank you for the good luck. Oh, staggered him out of it. Too easy. Talisman pouch. We're basically through all the bad talismans, so talisman pouch is actually kind of good now. Magma worm. And my weapon's gonna do so great against the magma worm. This fire damage is gonna go crazy. Hole-laden necklace. Hey, I can now blow the finger whistles. We do have access to one of them. Technically, we can actually get to both right now. We can get to both finger whistles. Oh, Foot of the Jagged Peak. Dragon's Pit. Well, that's more stuff. That's concerning. Needs to exit of Dragon's Pit, which leads to Charos that we've already been to. We've been to Charos somehow before. How did we get there last time? I remember we ended up here and we went to Lamenter, but it was from... How did we get here before? I know that we have been here, I just don't remember how. Maybe there's a PvP fog wall here? Or here, maybe? I don't know. If you need something spoon-fed to you from a character's extrapolation, your bar for what is or isn't a story is pretty low IMO. Well, it's not that. It's if it's not presented to you whatsoever. There's a difference between, hey, I think that this crumbling church means that something must have happened here, a battle long ago. And, oh, wait. I can't exit? This doesn't lead to anything. I'm trapped. Oh, it was the walking out of? So it's actually the... This is where we actually walked in. And, like, showing a crumbling building that, you know, just... You know, has... You know... It's like, okay, that was a crumbling building. And then it doesn't connect to anything. Right? You can show me a crumbling building, I can be like, oh, there must have been a battle that happened long ago. But if then there is nothing within the context of the story that is like as to what that means or what that's like, is there any connection to there was a battle here long ago? Right? It can be used to set up the atmosphere of a scene. It can be used to, you know, oh, now I understand that this is a war-torn area, and so now, you know, the history of it makes more sense, and I understand why the character's really mad. Like, Shaman Village is a good example. Even outside of, you have to look into the lore to really understand it. Shaman Village is a good example of, like, you see that, and you start to understand Marika's motivation. Shaman Village is good storytelling, right? You see that, and it's like, oh... I see. This and there's enough that the game tells you that you do understand the connection to Marika, and I think that is very effective. But like, I don't know. I don't think that's all of it. The opening scene says all the demigods tore the entire land apart fighting for more power. Right, so we already knew that. We did already know that. Just reading chat and seeing how people experience the world of Elden Ring differently, looking into different things, connecting the dots, or letting it be a mystery. It's fascinating. Yeah. It's still just... I just don't think it actually... You know... I don't think the game itself does any connecting of any dots, and it's like... If you really think about it enough, you can kind of sort of connect the dots, and you'll probably be wrong. You probably won't get what the author intended. Even Vadi, who has spent probably at this point tens of thousands of hours looking into the lore, very often makes interpretations that people are like, nope, that's wrong. That was actually the wrong interpretation. Vadi was actually wrong there. Okay, so Eggs of Dragon's Pit actually leads to nothing. So door not open. Okay, anywhere else that I can go from Gelmir? I think so. Oh, wait. There is another way, though, that I can go that's technically Gelmir, but also part of, Altus, the like village that normally has the demi-human queen. Okay. For the main through line of the story, the narrative is definitely there. It just isn't told traditionally. I doubt anyone would argue that it is. So what is the main through line story of the game then? What is the main events of the game that happen? I guess spoilers if somebody hasn't played Elden Ring yet but is watching me do a randomizer. And this loops back to where I was, and there's no fog wall here. So, okay, that should be it. Kill more bosses. Kill the bosses, right? Because that's all I'm saying is, like, I think the main through line of the story in Elden Ring that most players understand is they understand there was a shattering, there are demigods. You kill the demigods to collect the shattered parts of the Elden Ring. You go to the Elden throne and you become the Elden Lord. And like that's the vast majority of it. And with some smaller individual stuff sprinkled in. Right, and I'm not trying to do the reductive, well, you can describe any story as you go to the place, you do the thing. That's stupid. I'm not trying to do that, but like, I genuinely don't feel like there's a great through line for like the why. The specific what's, sure, I guess, but like none of the whys. The story is there in item descriptions. Nobody reads item descriptions! That's the non-traditional part I mentioned. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that nobody reads item descriptions. I just literally cannot count item descriptions. I think if it's relying on item descriptions, I'm just counting that as it doesn't exist. I genuinely just have to put that as it doesn't exist if it relies on reading item descriptions. If it's reading specific text that the game gives you, right? A character says, "Here's this book." And you read the book that the character gives you. I'll grant you that. The description of my rivers of blood that says this was actually forged 10,000 years ago by the blacksmith this that later taught E.G. Like I don't care. I just can't count that. I just can't count that. I have never read an item description aside from to see if something had a bonus effect. And I don't think that's on me. I think that's on the game. I don't think you can literally like I think it's as dumb as I think it was like Destiny that had a bunch of their story told through, you had to go through like an online codex. You had to go outside of the game and you had to go read up about it in an online codex, and I'm like, I can't count that either. Destiny is bad for that. Yeah, I think if it requires, if I'm playing a visual medium of a video game, and I'm required to take time out of playing a video game and read random things that try to hint me towards collecting puzzle pieces that I can eventually fit together into kind of a coherent story that I don't experience, but have read about that there was a coherent story definitely in there somewhere. I just can't count that. If you don't care about descriptions, you yourself purposely avoiding engagement with the story? No! Absolutely not purposely avoiding. That is a very, very exaggerated way to say it. You, on every item you get a new item. You're telling me you do this. You get a new item. Oh, I got a magic scorpion charm. You look at what it does. It says raises magic attack but lowers negation. You press an extra button. What button even is it on keyboard? This one? No. This one? No. This one? Not that one. This one? You press an extra button to see it say, a talisman carried by assassins who strike unseen, patterned on a scorpion freshly shed of its exoskeleton, its claws seizing a heart that shimmers with magic.
You press that extra button. You go into the menu, press an extra button to get to the description, read that, and then after that go, a talisman carried by assassins who strike unseen. That's referring to the Black Knife assassins. That makes sense. That part makes sense. Pattern on a scorpion, freshly shed of its exoskeleton. So that means that the Black Knife assassins probably lived in a desert, because scorpions lived in the desert. So Black Knife assassins probably have their base in a desert. Its claws seizing a heart that shimmers with magic. So Black Knife assassins actually utilize magic. Even though in the game we only see them use these knives, they clearly are magic attuned, because it says that the Black Knife assassins use magic on their scorpion skeletons. So now I understand that they exist in the desert and they use magic. Whoa. Bro, nobody fucking does that. Nobody does that. Not gonna lie, I would forget about this 5 minutes after reading it, right? Oh, Deathrite bird. Read it, almost instantly forget that I read it, yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, it's cool that they add the stuff there. It's just like, if that's the only way that information is told, that's lost media. That is 90% plus of people will never experience that. I have never once, in watching people play the game, seen people read item descriptions. I have never once, in playing, read item descriptions outside of like, oh my god, this is Artorias' sword. I should read about this so that I can see if it tells me a little more about Artorias, because I care about him from Dark Souls 1 and I've found his sword in Dark Souls 2. If it's something I really care about, sure, I'll do it. You got me there. If I really care about it, I will go out of my way. I'm not doing that for everything. I don't think I've seen anybody ever do that. I think maybe there was one exception. I think I might have at one point watched a streamer that was like lore playthrough, I think was their title. And they would literally get out a notebook. They literally had a physical notebook that they would write things down in. And I think they did look at item descriptions. I think I did see one person ever. I'll admit, I think there was one person. Outside of that person, though, I've never seen it done. Yeah. What? Stop doing weird follow-ups you don't usually do. And yes, nobody is hyperbole. I maybe in a discussion like this, I should avoid using terms like nobody does that. Yes, I understand. 1% of people do it. It's not literally nobody, but you get the point. Estelle said time to lock in. He really did. He got me with a few hits there at the start. %1 is still probably an overestimate. I know, but I'm being generous because 1% is small enough to get the point across without having to exaggerate and be like 0.00001%. You know, you don't need to exaggerate to just be like, even if it's 1%, even if let's say it was 10%, it's definitely not. It's still then 90% of your players don't get the story. I think still is a failing of a story. If 90% of your players don't get it because you don't make a system that 90% of players engage with in that way.
10% on a game that's sold 30 million copies is still huge. I mean, disagree. Like, I don't think a story is successful based on the total number of people that that got all the bits of it. I think it's based on the percentage, right? If 100% of everyone that plays a game is like, damn, that story was incredible, but it's not a particularly popular game, you know. Let's say like, you know, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, a relatively niche game. I'd be like, successful story. And if you go, actually, 1% of a game that sold 3 billion copies, people were like, that was a good story, I would call that an unsuccessful story. I don't think you can really just be like, well, actually, the total number is. I think that's a little silly. Cinema.
Graceless, tarnished.
Graceless, tarnished.
What is thy business with these thrones?
To get the story, you need to talk to NPCs. From item descriptions, you get details mostly from descriptions of items that you actually might read, like great runes or boss weapons.
The twin prodigies, Mikola.
You know, and that's sure. If we call it, it's these very specific things, and those are things that enough people would actually read, that's kind of fair. If you are only getting that context, though, I just don't think it's a good story. Not like, it's got a bunch of plot holes in it, it's a stupid story. But, like, I just don't think it is a well-told story. I think it is told in a way that is relatively boring to players through reading and standalone dialogue instead of through more of the direct action of what's going on. And I think that it is told in a confusing way where most players don't understand it, or they might understand the events but not care particularly about the events. One of the two. I think that it is a very, very small percentage of people that understand the events, care about the events, and were entertained by the telling of the events. Whereas I think it's a lot of people that are entertained by the setting, the concepts, the bosses. A lot of the things outside of the story. Would you rather a Detroit Become Human version of storytelling with an Elden Ring? Absolutely not. That'd be terrible. Mostly because then it, like, directly conflicts with having fun gameplay. But, was there anything wrong with Sekiro's version of storytelling? Was there anything wrong with at least having... Hey, there's the dodge. That is a tight timing on that. At least having, like, a big through line that you follow and characters you invest with that you are concerned for their well-being. I think that Sekiro did it better, and I think that Lies of P did it better still than Sekiro. And I think Elden Ring did it maybe arguably the worst out of this. No, I don't know. It's probably better than some of the Dark Souls, but I don't know. They're all on that same kind of tier. Bloodborne did it best so far. I haven't played it yet. Maybe it did. I think, you know, if it did, that's totally fair. I haven't played it yet. I'll have to get back to you once we play it. Personally, don't mind movie games at all. I honestly don't care how many cutscenes a game has if they're all interesting. And a lot of people did want more cutscenes in Elden Ring. I would not mind more cutscenes in Elden Ring as long as it doesn't take over the gameplay. Like, I do enjoy cutscenes. Cutscenes are cool. Obviously, generally cutscenes are good to have as long as they're not overpowering. I think we just need an actual protagonist to have a story worth telling. Well, there technically is an actual protagonist, even in the Souls games. You're the chosen undead, the bearer of the curse, the Ashen one. I don't know. I don't remember what you are in DS3. Here, you're the tarnished. You are technically a specific character in this. They just, you know, don't necessarily do a lot with it. You 2 told a story with a custom character is possible. It's definitely possible. Look, there's also a lot of RPGs, you know, I don't know, like Dragon Age. I assume you can have, like, custom characters and stuff like that. Can tell still. I believe those have compelling stories that people like. Where did we enter here? Where am I walking through? We eventually got to Morgoth, but, like, I've just been going. I've just been going in a straight line. Where did we go? Oh, right. It's, this. Seathwater Cave. Seathwater to Morgoth. Seathwater to Morgoth. And I think there will be one more after this. All of Kojima games are mostly movie-like. Mostly, yeah. I mean, like, kind of a mix. Death Stranding feels maybe a little more movie-like, whereas Metal Gear Solid, I think, is somewhere in the middle. I think it has a lot of cutscenes to tell its story, but I think there's also, you know, a good amount of stuff woven into the gameplay as well. Holy text. I know, we started the lore discussion. The lore discussion always... It's this place. I think this will have nothing. I can't imagine there being another fog wall here. Yeah, anytime we talk about the lore discussion, people are very opinionated, which is a good thing. It's good that people are opinionated about the game. You know, wrong about the game, but opinionated. Wrong because they disagree with me. Armaments capable of thrusting. Yeah, sure, I've got some dragon hearts. Metal Gear Solid is a movie game to you. Okay. Yeah, I haven't played all the Metal Gear Solid games. Maybe they are more movie-like than I'm assuming. Really enjoying the Final Fantasy remakes. They have fun cutscenes and fun gameplay. Ah. To Elden Ring's major appeal is intriguing world building. Traditionally, stories are considered good when every element enhances the plot, but in Elden Ring, world building often exists for its own sake, and I think there's a beauty in that. You know, that's fair. That's fair. Beauty exists in world building as its own thing, even if it doesn't relate to a specific story. Poignant. Yes. A good note to end it on. Perhaps the discussion of story is pointless if the world building itself can be beautiful. Yes.
You heard it here, folks. I win. Do I get
Yep.
a cookie now?
You said the right statement at the right time when I was like, let's move on. Therefore, you are declared the winner. Loki just shut my brain off and watched people debate. Yeah. Maybe Elden Ring's story is all the friends we made along the way. you check the trapped chest in Weeping? Wait. No, I didn't. Remind me where that is? Because I haven't checked that. We checked the rest of Weeping, but we haven't checked that. Valiant Gargs are not my friends I made along the way. Little gremlin who loves arguing about pointless things, so this was fun. Honestly, I like discussing pointless things. I don't like arguing if you know, it gets to the point where it's like an argument.
Like the bald guy with 4 roller skates who was late to work.
Ooh. Well, I heard that story is a metaphor for climbing the corporate ladder. And you may think the rollerblades are a little silly, but just last year, you know the rest of the copy pasta. I don't need to. Like hearing what others' views are. Yeah. Again, it's all just like, as long as it's just like a discussion and, you know, nobody's getting overly, you know, invested to the point of getting upset, then I think it's always fun. I like discussing things. But I know for some people, discussions, no matter how civil, can be a source of stress. So I can understand if people are like, I don't want to, can we stop this? Are you familiar with the Big Chungus? Ah. Very large rabbit. Get destroyed. Very difficult at you for times to view discussions as discussions and not a battle. Right. And part of the thing that can help with that, which is in itself tough to do and keep consistent, is to always frame things as... Hey, stopped them from doing it. As your view on something, as opposed to someone else's view on something. Which can almost sound like you go too far. Like, I maybe take it too far. Where I'm like, okay, well, my opinion on this is this. And I can understand that you can have a different opinion. But the way that I view it is this, right? But taking the time to at least approach it like that in your mind can help a lot. As opposed to like, no, this is the way it is. And anybody who thinks differently is wrong about the way it is. Or to think about, where's the disconnect, right? Is it terminology, right? Is it the terminology of lore versus story? Or is it the terminology of world building versus, you know, like, is it just a difference in what we are calling the same thing, even if we're both describing the same thing? Or is it actually a fundamental, one of us feels differently than the other? Anyway. Playing Balatro throughout this entire discussion, so that definitely hasn't swayed my investment in the discussion at all. Now, Balatro, now there's a game with a story. All right, I'll stop. I'll move on. I swear, I'll move on. The terminology of deflect and parry. See? Yeah, that's one. You got to get the terminology. You got to make sure everyone's on the same page. You're not on the same page. Oh, are you backing off? Yeah, come on over here, Mr. Troll. Okay, I don't think there's gonna be a fog wall over here, but we should check. I don't really see how there would be. Discussions are easy. I'm right, everyone else is wrong. Yeah.
To the topic, lol.
There's the troll. Where does this even loop back to? Oh! It goes to the hero's grave. I wonder if there's a faster route through all of this then. If I'm doing Gelmir, start with that to get to the hero's grave instead of walking from the campsite to the hero's grave. It wouldn't save a lot of time, but it'd be a little faster. Okay, interesting. I think that's all in Mount Gelmir then. And where did we go to from Morgott? Was it a nothing? I'm getting myself lost. Are we close to the end? I don't know, because we could find the end literally anywhere. Or we could never find it. Dragon Church. Yes, I went to Dragon Church, so it was nothing. You're right. You're right. Good call. Thank you. Thank you. I'll just write that as nothing. Okay. So... we were going to check the trap chest in Weeping, that I don't remember where it is. It's not the church, it's... I feel like it was on this side. Is it like this? No. I don't think it's Forest Lookout Tower, is it? It might be. It might be Forest Lookout Tower. And the way to get there is like this? In the far corner near the merchant. Oh, Tower of Return. You're right. Yeah. Duh. That makes... Yeah, duh. Duh. Of course. Thank you. I always forget about this one. Ow. This all bosses? It's not supposed to be, but we are kind of having to do all the bosses to find key items to unlock fog walls to eventually hopefully find the end. Oh no, I'm trapped. Ainsel River, Maine. I've been here before, so this is a loop. So I'm not even going to write it down. That's a loop. We don't need to care about that. I've been here before, and there's no, like, back and forth with it. Okay, next thing I want to check is all of the Raya Lucaria gates. There are 4 ways in and out. So, where was...
Important question. What do you think about the input lag in ER compared to DS3 and Sekiro? Ever experienced that?
I've been
And
here
if
before.
yes, how much would you say it affects the combat?
The input lag in Elden Ring compared to DS3 and Sekiro. As far as I know, none of them have input lag. As I don't believe any of them have any input lag. I mean, your monitor might have display lag, but it's within it's within 2 frames at the longest, which is like as close to instant as you can reasonably get based on hardware. So, as far as I know, there is no input lag whatsoever in Elden Ring. Once thought there was input lag because I didn't know about on-press versus on-release. Yeah, that there is the on-release sucks, is going to delay your actions, but it's not input lag, it's the fact that you have to have not pressed the button, but you have to have pressed and released the button to get the action to happen. Which is delay in your input, but not input lag. Others mentioned that they suffer significant lag in Elden Ring compared to DS3. Oh, hey, this is a place compared to DS3. Interesting. Let's grab the Grace over here. Or your wireless controller. Your controller could have lag. Or your monitor, or your, like, there's a ton of places that lag can exist, but if they're saying they get it in Elden Ring but not in DS3, I don't think I've ever seen any evidence of that actually happening. It could also be the way that Elden Ring animations look. So if you look, for example, at the way that my character is going to swing their sword when I attack, notice how the first part of the attack is not a forward attacking motion. It starts with a like shifting and raising before you actually attack. So maybe it feels like I want to attack now, but he's actually attacking, you know, a bit later. Why is my input so delayed? Maybe, I don't know. It could be misunderstanding the animations as well. I don't know. Need a new DisplayPort cable, yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me search through here for where we had, not Skidoo Altus. Raya Key back, Raya Key front. So, Raya Key back is a loop, and Raya Key front led to Ronnie's Rise, which will then lead to some new places. Okay. Input buffer system is different. Apparently to stop stuff like tumble, buffing, and Estus canceling. Oh, so the buffer is different. Ah, that makes sense. It could be a change in the buffer that feels like input delay. Sure, sure. Oh. Where in Belarad is this? Behind the door with the elevator? Oh, so there's another place for us to check in Belarad. We ran straight through, but we didn't check here. Oh, no, wait, this is past Dancing Line. Never mind. We have checked the other side of this for Dancing Line. Almost New Year's Eve. In a day. So a little far from full New Year's. New Year's Eve. I kind of feel sluggish input-wise somehow to some people compared to DS3, Sekiro, Bloodborne. Interesting. I don't know that I've noticed that. I mean, I have noticed that I hate the buffer system in Elden Ring. It will sometimes buffer not at all, and other times it will buffer for so long that it feels impossible to do what you actually want because something else got buffered forever ago. But I haven't, like, ever felt that manifesting as, like, this feels like my inputs are delayed. Alright, have a good one, Zach. Okay, nothing here. So that was the other... So this one is Everjail to nothing. And then I don't actually know if Ronnie's Rise itself... Oh, whoops, that's the wrong warp. Has anything... I think it actually doesn't. I think you can only go to that from there. Can't wait for my 2026 to be exactly the same as my 2025. I mean, if I have exactly the same year again, I'm down for that. This has been a good year for me. Now, I'd like an even better year. I'd like a year where I upload, let's say, at least twice as many videos, although realistically it should be like quadruple as many videos this year as last year. Not even necessarily caring if, like, they all do well or whatever. Just, like, I should be making stuff. And if some of it does well, then that's awesome. And if none of it does well, then, like, oh well, at least I'm still putting in the effort. Upload the same video twice. Now there's a way to do it. It's 63 new games in 2025. Oh. So that's 5 a month? About a new game a week? Wow. That's pretty nice. Sullivan's Room Under the Ruins. Okay. I definitely did not play that many, because I mostly played the same few games over and over. Because that's what I usually do.
I have no intrigue. Wilt thou I am the that I might well.
In my opinion, at the end of the day, consistency is just as important as the views. It depends on what you value. For what I value, I agree. I think consistency is just as important as the views. But I think views are a good motivator for consistency. It's easy to consistently do something that's successful. It's hard to consistently do something that's unsuccessful. Yes.
I reside in...
Hard for you to play more than 5 new games when I'm putting 500 plus hours Night Rain and Monster Hunter. Yep. Understandable. Why the Niji are so likable, and then there's Celivis. Ew.
Did you not realize? Perhaps I'd like you to even you. Good. Now I shall have. Find enough. I expect.
There's like 25 games. That's solid for you. That's, yeah. That is still solid. Let's see. If you finished 60 games, and each one of them, because it was last year, cost $60 instead of $70 as they're trending towards this year. 60 games at $60 is $3,600. Under $4,000 for a year's worth of entertainment? I mean, that's pretty good value. That's value right there. Some people spend that much on like a single weekend in Vegas. Where was the, you said under Celivis Tower or something? In the ruins? Spend more on Twitch subs. Got a new PC this year, so, well, yeah. That implies you actually buy most AAAs. Well, I mean, yeah, if you had indies, it would be even less than that. So, Puppet's room. I don't know where the Puppet's room is. I've never done his quest line. I am very unfamiliar with with Celivis. I never did it casually either. East of Ronnie Rise, also Pydia. Yeah, I was thinking about Pydia, but I wanted to do this one first since I don't remember. Is it like up or down? This like feels like it could have a hidden entrance, but I don't see one. This quest is quite funny if you don't mind spoilers. I don't think I would really care about spoilers. Like 2 games max at full price every year, mostly by discounted games or pirate stuff, to be fair though. We live in a country and make pennies. Okay. I still, you know, I still don't condone piracy as an individual, as a general act of it's going to happen. I am very understanding, but, you know, on a personal level, it's like, you should probably... Ah, is it here? Aha! But yeah, definitely buying games on sale. Oh, but there's no fog wall here. Celivis's puppets. Do not touch. Yeah, I don't think I ever found this in my casual playthrough. Unfortunate though, no fog wall. But yeah, if you play indie games or only buy games on Steam sale or whatever, yeah, you could stock up for a year in probably less than $1,000. Have an entire year's worth of games. Or if you buy a few games that you're gonna put in hundreds and thousands of hours into. Try out that Sekiro game. Seems right up your alley. I don't know. I don't know if I'd like that one. I have no moral quandary with emulating old games. I have absolutely zero moral quandary with emulating old games. Only with pirating games that currently exist and are sold on a marketplace that you can easily access, such as Steam, at a reasonable price. And especially that, you know, maybe would go on sale if you needed it to, or whatever. A game that you literally cannot play anymore outside of emulation, yeah, emulate that. It's technically, you know, own the game and get your own ISO. But after that, it's yeah. How many years have I gotten out of Elden Ring? Well, it came out in 2022, so 3, although I've, you know, played some other games in that time. Okay, so nothing else here, it looks like, then. So that is the end of Ronnie's Rise. I guess it was only an Everjail to nothing. And then I'll put a question mark, because I'm not sure. Nothing else? Question mark? I'm not 100% sure there's nothing else here. Okay, so that was both of the inside entrances to Raya Lucaria. Now what about the outside entrances? You support Bloodborne emulator. That one is on the fringe for me because it's the only way to play it on PC. But it is a current enough game that you could buy and play on console. So I'm not gonna throw my hat in the ring on that one. All I'm gonna say is I don't want Sony to cease and desist me as a streamer. That's all I can say. Okay, so now if we go back to Liurnia. Wait. Oh, those were the outsides. The insides were... Oh goodness, whatever, I'll just add them here. So this is Raya outside. Back to... What's this cave called? Oh, Academy Crystal Cave. Give her the hydrate. You've already bought Bloodborne, your conscience is clear. If you've already bought Bloodborne, then... It is effectively legal, although... you would have to do some work to make it legal, but technically legal. So, if you've bought it, and then you're also emulating it, then, like... I have no qualms, and the law almost has no qualms. It's a gray area. It is a perfectly legal, 100% legal area. If you took your disc and you yourself ripped the disc to be played on your PC. If you did that effort, it is 100% legal and has been upheld in court many times. Oh! Matter, I hardly know her. With Egon and Dean.
I hereby vow you will rue this day. Behold, a true great warrior, and I, Egon, your fears made flesh. might be, foul dragon, but I will riddle with holes your
But I will riddle with holes your rotten hide. She's alive?
with every last drop of my being.
Ah!
The dread. You shall haunt me no longer.
You shall haunt me no longer. That was a well-timed stagger to avoid the phase 2 entirely. Okay, and there's no other ways out of Bale, so this now officially becomes a nothing. And then lastly, it will be Raya outside front. Which I may have seen before, but we'll see. I may have come out of here before. What a job by that VA. So good. Is this a permadeath run? No. Man, this sword doesn't even have bleed on it. Only 70 bosses left if we're going for all bosses. We are somehow making this into an all bosses run. It wasn't supposed to be. Is this... Oh, it's the... Wait, where? Stranded Graveyard. This isn't the Rick entrance. Oh, this is the weird alternate Rick entrance. Okay, so then there's two ways to go here. To Rick or up here. So right outside front to Stranded Graveyard. Oh wait, actually that did work. Is it main and DLC? They are both in this Foggate randomizer. I don't know what goal I want. Oh. This way goes to Trap Chest. Door to Trap Chest. Wait, not a Trap Chest. Door to nothing. Never mind. I thought this was the never mind. Door to nothing. Okay. That's the first stream of this challenge, so I thought it was all bosses the whole time from the counter, just trying to find Radabeast and Radon. Yeah. We'll call it two gods is good enough as a goal. I mean, at this point, maybe our final bosses will be those, because it's it's been a journey to try to find them. Let me tell you. Yeah, they're boss arenas. Yeah. All right, to Rick. $207th gonna be consort in his own arena. That would be cinema, but also would be rigged. But it'll be phase 2 as phase 1 and phase 1 as phase 2. Oh, this is the entrance of Limgrave Tunnel, so... Rick to Limgrave Tunnel. Phase 1 is Star Scourge, Phase 2 is PCR. Oh boy. In the set seed bounty that Amazing Chest did, Phase 1 of PCR was Star Scourge. How do duo bosses work in the randomizer? So, it depends on how they're a duo. Mini boss duos just kind of also get fully moved and replaced by a single boss. And they will generally move together, although with these settings they can swap partners. So instead of having duo Crystallion, you might have a Crystallion, that one of the duo, instead with a Clean Rot Knight that was one of the duo of Clean Rot Knights, type of a thing. But then that will be one boss. So instead of fighting Knight's Cavalry, you will fight, you know, Crystallion and Clean Rot Knight. And then when you go to Crystallion duo normally is, there might be just a dragon there. Looks like to nothing. Because Everjails never have another exit. Like this. Miranda and Trisha. Usually part of different duos. It's usually Miranda and Omen Killer, and then it's Trisha and Omen Killer? No, it's Trisha and Misbegotten, I think. Is that right? I don't remember what Trisha's normally with. But now they're together. Valiant Gargs always come as a pair. Valiant Gargs cannot be split. Valiant Gargs is both Gargs as one boss. Okay, so that was all of Raya Lucaria checks. Let me check that I don't have any other key items I want to use. We don't have Melania's Great Rune, right? No. So we can't use that teleport yet. We've used Discarded Palace Key. Drawing Room Key, you'd have to get to a specific side and it would lead to nothing. Academy Glintstone Key, we just checked all of. Halig Tree, Medallion, we have checked. Rolled, we have checked. Dectus, we still don't have. Okay. Second time I got a live demonstration right after asking a question. First was the Aging Untouchable Death in French. Oh boy. Lucky you. Okay, none of this is pointing me in a direction. We might just have to choose another zone we haven't done yet. We haven't done Limgrave yet. We've done Weeping. We haven't done Limgrave proper. We haven't done Caelid proper. Done. We can't just access Halig Tree. That's not really a zone. Done there. DLC, or Underground. Done.
Mashuala brother.
Done lower, but not done upper. I don't have access to upper yet. Done. Don't have access to yet. And then in the DLC, extra Shadow Realm map. We've done the whatever this place is called. We've done this. We've done Skidoo Altus. We haven't yet done Charos, which should lead directly to the blue place as well, Cerulean Coast. We haven't yet done the Jagged Peak. We have done the forest down here. We've done basically all of Shadowkeep. Yeah, there's not too much left, honestly. Entire map looks completed. Yep, that we have found a lot of places. Anyway, I need to be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. I don't know if you guys could see me shifting in my chair, but I'll be right back. I'm back. He's not back in 15 minutes. We can legally leave. That's true, but I am back in 15 minutes, so you are not allowed to leave. You're stuck here. You're stuck. Okay, let's go Charos. I just need to find where Charos was. On this... on this giant map... Where did Charos go? Not there. Not there. Altus is done elsewhere. Patches. Ah, wait, this. Rykard Tower behind boss. I needed to kill the boss. I've now killed the boss. Hold. That was from Impaler's Catacombs. Entrance from Weeping. Hold. We have a thing to check. This plus Cerulean are so pretty. They're such nice looking areas. I feel like they maybe don't get as much love as they should. They are really nice looking areas. Just enabled BTTV for the first time in chat, now looks overstimulating. It can be a lot. If you go into like really big streams, the emotes can be, yeah, just flowing and like so much. What's outside Shaman Village? Hinterlands, I think it's called. Oh, hey, it's this. Yeah, we do have the finger whistle. Is that what you mean by the outside Shaman Village? That we now have the finger whistle? Fighting a dragon in this dark fog is kind of neat. Easy. We're in the void. I think this then is just gonna port us back out. Yep, it does. Okay, so it was nothing. No longer unexplored. Instead, it was a need to kill boss first. That is now nothing. Okay, awesome. Keep looking for Charos here. Okay, unexplored Nido Mother we now have explored. Which it was nothing. I don't remember what it was, but it was definitely nothing. Morgoth's Great Rune Tower, we did that. It was nothing. Tower upstairs is nothing. Loop to Limgrave. To Riotfront was one way. Hinterlands, we need the whistle. Love a lot of the DLC areas. They're all very pretty in their own ways. Yeah. Stillwater, Rao, and Moog. Loop to Consecrated. Go from this side. Sewers Key? Ariza's side tomb, that's a loop. Charos here. Our more. Whoops. Wrong way. Out, side, not down. Made soba noodles today. Big recommend. Ooh, that sounds good. All right, have a good one, Gardner. Okay, so from Charo's grave, aside from going to Lamenter, let's figure out where we got here from first. I believe it's going to be just a multiplayer fog wall that we walked out of. Also can check Dane. That's a good, yeah. I don't think Dane could have anything important because it's possible to miss him entirely, but we can check. Yeah. Okay, so here's where we originally came out. I remember this. And it just extends all the way. So now let's go down. Over here. What are these fog gates? Are they a mod, and do they block areas from each other? Yes, this is a fog gate randomizer mod. Those fog gates do exist in the game, but they only appear when you're playing in multiplayer to prevent you from getting too far away from the multiplayer area in which you started multiplayer. But the mod makes them exist and makes them something you can walk through, and it'll teleport you to another random fog gate. Surprised there's not a wall stopping you jumping to Cerulean Coast. I didn't really actually figure there would be, and I guess surprisingly I was right. Let's actually go check the finger whistle, because if I can do both finger whistles, then I can check Ymir, which would be cool. Well, I guess... What if I actually... call this... Walk to Cerulean. And then I'm just going to put this as more question mark. I don't think there's anything more in Charos, but I didn't search super far. Because that way I can at least keep track of the fact that these are things in Cerulean here that I'm doing. So if you haven't been invaded yet, only have 20 hours of base game. Probably gonna get invaded soon, surely. Surely they didn't make you opt into invasions in this game. Can you imagine if invasions were just on in Elden Ring? How much worse of an experience so many people would have? How's my throat today? Still coughing a little. Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm actually sick. I actually genuinely think it might just be a lack of good sleep for several days. Because I've just been doing so many things, and whenever I'm doing things, I just don't sleep well. I just can't. I can lay in bed. Oh, there is a fog wall to Finger Ruins. So this first one would be Finger Ruins fog wall. And it goes to nothing. Oh, the scaling on this guy is... Sheesh. What's your favorite sport to watch compared to favorite sport to actually play? I don't know that I have a favorite sport to play. I don't think I've played any sports at... I mean, I guess tennis is probably my favorite sport to play, but I haven't really played that much at all. But favorite sport to watch is American football. I'm very invested in my team winning the superb owl. Nice. Is this permadeath as well? No. This is for fun. And permadeath is not that fun. Have you been doing Skidoo upgrades? I have. I have, yes. But I don't know that they actually, like, do anything. Because it says Skidoo scaling is off in this randomizer version. So I don't know. Alright, next let's go towards PK. Where are most counterattacks very fast? You mean from the enemy? Which counterattacks are we talking about that are fast? No fog wall in Enir Ilum, I think. We haven't found either of the endings as wild, although we still do have the Shadow Tree to burn, I think. Yeah, but that would just be like one fog gate that we would get if we happen to walk out from there. Like from the backside of Romina Arena. Which team do I root for? Well, I live in the Seattle area, so I root for the current best team in all of American football this year. Go Sports. Isn't that the Broncos? The Broncos are good. The AFC is kind of a complete joke. They kind of got to beat up on the easiest, not the actual easiest. That's the Pats got the easiest schedule, but the Broncos got to beat up on the okay teams, whereas the Seahawks are in the hardest division in football by a lot. And are still putting up those monster numbers. They have lost to one team outside of their own division, outside of the best division in football. So, I would argue that the Seahawks are, to this point, performance-wise, have been exceptionally better. They're also the top 5 scoring offense and top 5 scoring defense. It's kind of just inarguable at this point that the Seahawks, up to this point in the season, have performed the best, even if you believe another team should be stronger or could beat them. They just, by all measures, have done the best to this point. NFC West is tough this year, yeah. Oh, hey, look, it's Volcano Manor from the front. I can open the door. It doesn't do anything. Not the Broncos' fault the Chiefs are frauds this year, though. I mean, true. True. It's not their fault, but they have not proven themselves to the same level. The Broncos could be good, but they have not thus far proven themselves to the same level. Okay, so that way was PK leading to Volcano Manor as a loop. Well, I guess it's not all the way to PK, but I guess I'll just call it PK Fissure to Volcano Manor loop. Seahawks also have the highest point differential of any team by a lot. Like, it's just, like, yeah. I don't mean to be like, we're winning the Super Bowl 100%, because, like, anytime I overestimate my team, then we shit the bed and do terribly. But, it would be foolish of anyone to say that any other team has, to this point, performed better. Even if you think another team is theoretically stronger. All right, keep exploring Cerulean. You're right, but you sound like the ultimate homer. I don't think I do. That, like, literally just the stats just bear it out. Right? An ultimate homer would be like, nah, we're winning the Super Bowl. No other team stands a chance. I'm just like, hey, look, I'm just saying. The statistics bear out. Pete Carroll is not still the head coach. Nah, he moved to the Raiders, along with our quarterback, Geno Smith, along with our star wide receiver, Tyler Lockett, and they have not had success. I love me some gold free fight. Oh, I hate a double hit charged attack, though. It's actually just slower and does less damage than a single hit. I knew he'd stagger soon. Easy. People thought the Raiders were finally making the playoffs. You know, it seemed like they shouldn't at least be this bad, but Raiders owner guy's haircut, and you can't trust someone with that kind of hairstyle. I don't think I've seen the Raiders owner. I have no idea what he looks like, but that is so funny. Dahugaka. We love Dahugaka. Huge pickup, honestly. Is there a fog wall here? There is. So this is near Grace to Furnace Golem. I guess I'll put by because I want to use the word to where it goes to. And then where does this lead? It's something to behold. Here's the Queeline cut. Oh no. Ooh, Halictree. Wait, this is probably a straight shot to another fog wall, but I guess I'll write it down for the moment. Halictree past Loretta. The most annoying kid in elementary school, suddenly aged 70 years. Saying that we don't get the silly boss names in here. Yeah, I took the original settings from the French challenge, which didn't have that. But I probably should have just turned that setting on. There was no reason to keep it off. So, oopsies. I'll know that for next time. I don't know if changing the names and rerunning the randomizer would mess anything up, so I'm not going to worry about it this time. Yeah, we are definitely at like DLC scaling. That's I think as many hits as it normally takes to kill them in the DLC themselves. I got a better chance to make money with May MVP after Stafford's 3 interceptions. True. How do you pronounce Elphael? Like that.
Hydrate.
I don't know if that's how it should be pronounced, but that's how I say it. Elphael. My throat needs it, yeah. But how would Domo pronounce Elphael? How would Domo say it? I have no idea. We're not falling sick? I probably am, but I'm unsure if it's a true sickness or... Oh, wait, this is the way that we used to go, because we would do the skip. Wait. Contraption does not move! Dang it. I don't really need to get to the bottom, I just need to... get to the end. So I don't know what the best way to do that is. I don't think going this way was the best way, but wait, this gets us there. Ah, frenzy guys. Oh god, frenzy guys are always so dangerous. So let's see if there's a multiplayer fog wall here. This is where I was kind of thinking there probably would be one right here, but there isn't. Okay. So it might be the entire Halig tree. There might only be a fog wall at Melania. Okay, you guys are being kind of jerks. You know that? Have you just been able to find the final boss room, or is there something else to it? Or just have to? Just have to find the final boss room and kill the final boss. That's all I need, but finding it has proven a challenge. I thought this was going to be like a maybe 2 or 3 day thing of like, oh, we'll just load it up, we'll go whatever. I'll find the boss room, we'll get it done, and I'll go whoopee. But somehow this is basically turning into all bosses somehow. Oh, I really do not like that big mouth imp there. I'm gonna get rotted regardless, so I might as well accept it. Oh, that was a well-timed roll too. Yeah, oh god, this is a horrible enemy combo to see. I think Matt also just added random walls, but IDK. I don't think there should be... No, my sacrificial twig has been lost. Maybe I can shoot them with my Dahugaka. That is, yeah, that is a very troll spawn there. Come on over. Okay, one of the problems down, but there are still more. How am I still getting rotted? Did I roll in the rot? I guess I must have. Oh, but maybe I can get weak rot then. Good hap for this at least. Does it raise rot resistance, I guess? Raise attack power when somebody suffers from poison or rot. Oh, yeah, neat. Okay, let's get the slow rot. I don't know if it works on this rot, the slow rot, but... Okay. Hate imps, yeah. Made it across. Logan Fry Mitch was not on your 2025 bingo. They're just a little sick. He's just a little... Well, I don't know if I'm actually like sick or just like under the weather from not getting good sleep for several days in a row because there's constantly been things happening, so I've constantly had to adjust my sleep. But and anytime there is something happening the next day, I just sleep worse because I'm too excited for it. Sacrificing his physical vessel for a Seahawks Super Bowl. A second one, because I've already gotten to experience one. Well, I guess a third one. I've gotten to experience two, but, you know. One that was worth the experience. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Pardon me, coming through. Look, Pats fans are fine. It's Tom Brady fans that annoy me. Yeah, and there's no fog wall here. I guess I'll just send it up just so that it can be pulled from either way. If you're still a Pats fan at this point, then hey, you know, that's good on you. The people that suddenly were Buccaneers fans for a year. Those are the people that I'm like. Oh, Sage's Cave. So this should have actually 2 exits. Oh, invisible wall from the wrong side so you can't see it. Go to... hello? Delete. There we go. Goes to Sage's Cave, which will have the exit and the other place there. Are Packers fans chill here? You know, enough. They're gonna be worse for a few more years, yeah. So you've done your hard knocks. You've been through the gutter. You haven't only experienced a dynasty, so at this point you're cool. At this point you're fine. All right, let's see what's down here. If your keyboard and mouse set up for Elden Ring somewhere, I'm somewhat struggling to find a good solution. Too old to be willing to switch to controller. I don't have it like listed anywhere, but it's the old default key bindings before they released Shadow of the Erd Tree. So Alt to walk, WASD obviously, space to dodge, F to jump, which a lot of people change, but I just got used to it. X to crouch, Q to lock on, or middle mouse button is what I usually use. And then the big thing that I swapped was instead of strong attack being shift plus mouse, horrible, I use side mouse buttons. That's the big thing I changed. Use item E, use item R, interact E, map G, like mostly defaults. Map default might be M, I'm not sure. I put it on G because it's close enough that I can reach it. That's about it though. There's nothing like super out there with my key bindings. Interesting that they changed the default bindings with Shadow of the Erd Tree. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. Gotta have one good team with the Bruins and the Sinker. UCLA? My mom went to UCLA. One fan base that annoys me to no end is the Bengals fans, because they were acting as if their Super Bowl loss was down to the refs, even though they scored a touchdown after what should have been a penalty and so on. The Bungles. But I mean, like, they've suffered enough. Let them have it, you know? They've suffered enough. Hockey Bruins. Oh, okay, Boston. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I don't follow hockey as much. I'll play games with a controller nowadays. Mouse and keyboard hurts your hands and arms too much. Really? You've got to be doing something wrong then, because mouse and keyboard is much more ergonomical than a controller. You're probably either way too high up, so your arms are like coming down and then your wrists are like doing something, which would be really bad, or you're probably way too down low where you're having to like reach up at things and then your wrists are the other way. If you get yourself a nice armrest that's approximately level with your desk and you're basically just like resting your arms like perfectly horizontal, keyboard and mouse is like super comfortable. Oh! Okay, she's scaled up. She does damage. All right, my bad. Vertical mouse also works nice if you have wrist pains. That is another possible way to do it. It's a way to force your arm to be horizontal no matter how up or down it goes. If you have a vertical mouse, your arm will stay horizontal, your wrist will stay level. Whereas if you can also do that horizontally just as long as you have your mouse and keyboard level. Right? This is a forced level no matter how far up or down your arm goes, whereas this way is only level if you have it level, whereas if it's up, your wrist is going to hurt, and if it's down, your wrist is going to hurt. So it's not necessary to have a vertical mouse, but that is one way to ensure. Okay. Streamer of the year, Mitriz 24/7 would have first tried that boss, yeah. I hate when she does the moon. She can stall for so long. Stalling enough that she gets another summon. Nice. Okay. So Sage's Cave bottom boss had nothing. Good chair, but your desk height doesn't really accommodate a poor ergonomic or a proper ergonomic setup for you. Maybe, I mean, I don't know if it would be reasonable, but having an adjustable height desk could potentially help that. Oh, wait, can you even make it back up? Yes. Stargazer heirloom from Renala. Lore accurate, yes. Excuse me, excuse me. I don't need to worry about being deathless, so I can be a little reckless with my running through. I also don't need to be super strict on grabbing every item along the way. I'll just grab what I can. Do I use a USB dock? No. Nice flip. Thank you. Thank you. I'm very talented. All right. Odds that this path leads us to the end of the game. The scaling is very high here, so I think there's a chance. This could be it. Let's see. Road's End Catacombs, but that can still get us to more. That it keeps going. So, entrance to Roads and Cat. Road's End Catacomb not being a dead end? No, as in Road's End, as in the end of your journey. It's letting us know this is where we will succeed. Our journey will end because we will have accomplished our goal. It's cinema. We will become John Elden Ring. The rando scriptwriters worked hard on this one. Super scaled for sure. Oh yeah, so scaled. So scaled. All right, here it is, the end of the game. Put us into the Radabeast fight. Oh, sorry, actually, first it's the giant conquering hero's grave. It's okay. There's like the end of the road. You know, it doesn't end suddenly. It ends over time, right? You continue your journey to its end. So it goes to... What's this catacomb? What's this hero's grave called? Giant conquering hero's grave. It's to build suspense. $60 bosses later. That would be yeah, that would be a lot. I don't even remember how to go through this hero's grave. At the end of the road, you must conquer the giant. Ah. I assume this is... I did not remember... This place exists? None of this is familiar to me. Ow. Oh, Jesus! Almost one shot. Wait, so this way goes back up. So it would be up the stairs by the golem, I guess. Aha. Ow. Excuse me, excuse me. Do you leave it or do you... How are you living through the fire? I'm gonna die. I think it's you leave it up. I'm pretty sure it's you leave it up. No. Don't kill me from that. Oh, God. The scaling on this. Oh, but it's only you leave it up if you want to go through that, which I don't care about. Right. And then this one you send back up to get the light. Yes. It's all coming together. The giant. We must conquer it. Jeez, the scaling. Trolls aren't even usually tanky at all. Somewhere a heavy door is opened. Hey-oh, what up, Morago? Now we can reach the end of the road. Here we go. With our ridiculous scaling at its peak. We've finally made it. to the Tombsward Catacombs. I'm marking it all down. Our final road. It goes through many catacombs. But it leads to the end, surely. just a little sightseeing tour to end it off. To put this run into the grave, that's right. Excuse me, excuse me. All right. Now this will lead us to the end. Backtracking, this will be horrendous. No, it's fine. Could you technically just get the longest corridor of all time with these settings? I think anything is possible with these settings. We've got no bias. So, anything is possible. Alright, here's the end, though. Here we go. Radagon Elden Bee. Does this lead to anything? It gets us a key item. I don't know if this leads to anything. I do not know. It's Ratagon. We're just looking for Ratabeast, or is there a great rune requirement as well? There is a great rune requirement, but I put it low. I put it to 2. We have 5, I think, great runes. So 4. We have 4 great runes. So once we find them, we will be set. Oh, geez. That is a large individual. I don't think there's going to be another multiplayer gate here, but, like, this is the only place I could even check for something. Because this isn't a key item. Yeah, I think this is the end of the road. Wait, is that? No, I don't think it is. Academy key isn't a key item check. It should be. I think it just didn't happen to have any key items on it. Not every key item check will have a key item on it. Well, that's sad. This is so very sad. All of this scaling for nothing. Just to loop back to a place we've already been for the most part. This is so sad. Loop to Academy. But if we go a little back to Cerulean Coast, there's still hope. There's still hope. Can you go back at the front of the academy, or have I done that? I have done that. See your cat? Nah, don't really feel like it. I mean, he's asleep for sure, so. Zuh. I swear there were boss drop-downs there. Boss drop-downs. There's definitely ways to drop down to places, but they're all just regular parts of the academy. Now, is there anything over here? Let's just take chat to cat. I don't know about this one. Cat or people riot? You'd people riot anyway. Your threats mean nothing. Was the scaling not that bad here? Or is it just because, like, these... Oh, no, the scaling is still actually pretty bad. Those are just very weak enemies, I guess. Regardless of the scaling. These, like, sitting Valiant gargoyles are so annoying. Guess you can just get around them. Ming. Nice. Where are you going? Oh, into the water. Huge. That will never not be funny. I can never say the full quote. I don't think Twitch would appreciate that, but the huge every time is always a good time. You're not killing me, I'm killing me. What's Truman talking about? Does anyone have the 8F clip? I loved that run. That was from the USA versus France relay. I think this is a key item. Calling Renala rentals twice because of autocorrect. Look, after once, it's like, oh, understandable. Yeah, that autocorrect will do that. After twice, I think that's on you. Okay, Mausoleum heads to. Really enjoyed crashing out repeatedly. Yep. Oh. So. Mausoleum to forge. One of the forges. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. What's my weapon? Gargoyle's Twin Blade? Gargoyle's Black Blades. Roasted Axe Crash Out. Actual classic. Genuine classic. 10 out of 10. No notes. Wait. This is the way out. Nice. You just vibing and rattling with the boys. Boss with a mundane name, but a really over-the-top title, like Bob, King of the Crimson Tide or something. What about Rick, Soldier of God? That's a pretty... Okay, to... Stormhill teleporter. This is a straight through to the teleporter. Doma's run was so funny, he was having a great time in his own world, yeah. And his own seed. I forgot about that. Oh, I forgot about that. I don't know the weapon in front of you. It looks like he's T-posing. Confused you for a second. Like this? Honestly, matches the attire, too. Le Domo skip. Oh. It actually goes to one of the Divine Towers, but it's tightly blocked shut. So this is Limgrave Tower Bridge 2 isolated tower need Great Rune. Well, unfortunately, that means that's the end of that path, and I don't think there's anything... No, there is more that I can do in Charos. It's out of logic, but... No, I guess it wouldn't be from Charos. It'd be from Grand Altar. The Dragon Wing you can drop down. I don't think I can jump back that way. The wall was here. Yeah. No, I don't think there's anything more I can do there then. Right? I don't think there's any other, like, secret paths from Charos. So, wow, damn, that is unfortunate. That's the end of that road, I guess. Yeah, that's... We've got unexplored belfries, so we can keep killing bosses for those, but... Yeah, I think the only places that we have access to that we have not explored yet are Limgrave and Caelid. I literally think it is only those two that we have access to that we have not explored yet. And other than that, I think we've done just, like, genuinely everything we can. I mean, I guess I can fight this random red bear boss. Somehow I never noticed that was a literal dragon on the map. A giant literal dragon, yeah. Oh, there's also, we wanted to see if we can fight, Dane. What up, Dane? This is a 24-hour stream? I sure hope not. Ah. It effectively counts as a field boss. He would start running. Isn't he supposed to be standing? I'm pretty sure Theodorix is a stander. No. Yeah, there he finally goes. He started running instead of standing when he was at a quarter life. This boss spams his runaway move in Night Rain. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I guess no key item for that. The stander could be anyone. The enemy stander could be anyone. The Dragon Wing skip is in the logic? Really? That doesn't seem like it should be. Because, like, how would a casual player know about the Dragon Wing skip? Sentry's Torch. Oh, against a Bloodhound Knight, it's probably fine. Got him. That's how you got to Charos in your first playthrough? Not the skip. No, no, no. Charos is different. Charos, going to Charos is default casual behavior. I'm talking about the Dragon Wing skip to go from... I'm definitely getting sick. I can feel it in my nose. To go from the wing dropping down here into the finger ruins. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about going along, like, the tail to Charos. That's normal. Everyone does that. That's, like, the literal only way to get there, I think. That is the intended, like, you're supposed to go this way. But you are not supposed to drop from the wing onto the finger down there. Oh, there's another field boss here, I guess, technically. Did you check Berlana entrance from Skidoo Altus? Yes. Illness sick or totally radical dude sick? Both, man. You know what I'm saying? You sound like you have a stuffy nose. I don't have a stuffy nose, but I do have, like, a very, like, sore throat. That the more I'm talking is probably getting worse. I think I sounded fine at the start of stream, but talking this long, I do not sound fine anymore. Are you guys gonna fight each other? Or nah?
Hydrate.
A little hard to play while hydrating, but we make it work. Okay, nothing there. We do also have a boss to kill, the Fort of Reprimand. It was actually 5 times deeper compared to an hour ago. Yeah, it has certainly exacerbated the condition. Which is probably an indication that I shouldn't stream super long tonight. Oh, I did kill this boss. Never mind. Did I kill... the Fog Rift Fort boss? I can actually check, because I have this on my... Somehow it thinks I'm in Lane Dell right now, which is not right, but... Oh yeah, I didn't kill the Skadu View ones. I haven't been able to get to the Dancer of Rana yet. This should be Skadu Altus. 6 out of 6. I have killed it. Okay. I mean, I can just kill random bosses and hope they drop a key item, but... No, I think the reasonable thing to do is to start checking Limgrave. You go to Dancer, though? You have cerulean access? No, I meant the boss. The boss is behind a fog wall warp in. I can go to the fog wall in front of Dancer, but that does not lead to Dancer. Oh, gravelly voice does have its charm, but yeah, you take care of yourself. Yeah, that's why I'm not like forcing myself to try not to talk in the low gravelly voice, right? Because I could push. I could make an effort to try to sound a little more normal, to put a little more air through, so that I can sound. You know, you can still tell it's there, but I could make myself sound normal, or I can kind of let myself just let my voice be as it is, so that I'm not pushing myself, so that I don't make it worse. You know. So that's what I'm currently doing. Just kind of. Only putting in the amount of like air that I normally would, not pushing it, and just letting it exist as a different voice. I'll bring you some honey lemon green tea. Well, I don't really drink tea, so give me a honey lemon something else, and I'll gladly accept. Ding ding ding. Bonk. Hey, Blade of Mercy is real nice. Okay, let's figure out where we went to Limgrave. Limgreg. Is Dean upgraded? No. Not currently. Where did I first find Limgreg? Limgreg. No. Loop to Liurnia. Okay. So it's not any part of the Eastern Ruins port to Radon. So what's down here? Belfry, Shadow, Keep. Charos, Belfry. Okay, so it's not any of this. So if we instead go up, Shifra, path to... Okay, loop, nothing. Altus as well, nothing. Loop to Altus, back to Caelid, nothing else, nothing. Nothing. Can't get abducted. Nothing. Loop. Limgrave Tower Bridge. Which I think means need Godric's Great Rune. Gotta get my labels. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Loop, 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 loop. Nothing, loop, loop. Nothing, loop, loop. Nothing, loop. Nothing, loop. Need Dectus. Loop, 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 loop. EG to that. Nothing. That's Kaled. Kaled wasn't it. Where was the first time that I found Limgrave? I have nothing marked as the first time that I found Limgrave. Like Mausoleum Fog Gates, if you haven't. I have. For the ones that I have access to. Mind Map doesn't have a search feature. Nope, it does not. It does not at all, so... Oh god. I mean, technically we don't need to keep track of where we got to Limgrave from, but... Oh god. Can you keep it down? I'm trying to check my notes. Yeah. Oh, Jeebus. Oh, Jeebus. Sharos. There's a side tomb. I'll just find anyone that says to Limgrave. You know what is even a better idea? I'll walk into somewhere. I'll walk into the first step here. It'll take me somewhere. I'll call that the starting point of Limgrave. It makes perfect sense, probably. You zoom out so I can see the whole tree. It's gonna be real tiny and unreadable, but yes. Random boss room. I wouldn't have written that down because it's just a boss room. Access to the answer one from Cerulean just right now. I already checked it. I already checked it. Yellow Annex Tunnel. Which came from... Aha! One of the paths... This is Ashen Capital? Ashen... This is... Okay, just find Gideon. Just find Gideon and we've got our way to Limgrave. Where did we write down Gideon? Oh, Gideon. Where are you? Sir Gideon. We definitely found him pretty early, so I think he'd be actually up here. Gideon. Yellow boss to Limgrave, many parentheses loop. So it wasn't the first time that I made it there, but we're just gonna write this as Limgrave, and this is where we shall branch. This is where we shall branch thousands and thousands of times. Except those should all be under Limgrave, but it's fine. I guess I don't... It's... Whatever. It's to Limgrave. This works. Okay. Starting from Limgrave. Let's check Bofa Cave. Oh, and you wanted to see the whole tree? Here, let me zoom out so you can see the whole tree. That is as far as the program will zoom out. I actually can't zoom out anymore. It goes from all of this down here all the way up to all of this up here. And it will not zoom out anymore. It is breaking. It is breaking apart at the seams. How much can you zoom in? I don't know that it would be very helpful to, but... Okay, so where does Bofa go? Ah, Radon, we've been here before. Bofa 2. Radon. Loop. So you have incredible patience to be doing all this. It's quite commendable. I'd just be way too lazy to do all this and just YOLO gates until I get somewhere, realistically never getting anywhere. Well, yeah, I mean, you could always get lucky and just have found it much earlier than this, but yeah, I kind of was figuring with the settings I had, it was going to take a while, so... And honestly, I think it's a better viewer experience as well to track just how chaotic it has gotten. Oh! Well, there's some PCR. Fighting with a torch, I guess. Torch Gaming. Dean did not fare so well. Run away! Nice. Phase 2. Big damage for a torch. Well, it is also split. Oh, I hate this duo. Because it's a two-phase fight. And also relatively low scaled. Bonk. Nice. I think this is a dead end, though. No one will hold me captive. I feel like Elden Ring has so many great Phase 1 bosses that they did too much with in Phase 2. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Although I think there are also some bosses that even their Phase 1 is too much, and then Phase 2 is like, too much. Okay, let's check the coastal cave. So that one is called something catacombs. Together. Stormfoot catacombs. You leave them come back for Tanith and her Crucible boss fight. That is not a boss fight. That's just a guy. The Crucible Knight there, that's just the guy. But yes, I could leave and come back. They just don't have anything. No key items, no boss. No maidens. Frida was still reasonable because phase 1 and 2 aren't too hard. Well, also just all of her phases. Like, I don't feel like her moves are that over the top. I don't know. Maybe if I went back and fought Frida, I would think that they were. Oh. Have I been here? This is the very start. Yeah, I've definitely been here. Wait, unless this is Bizarro start? Is there a Bizarro start? I don't think... This is Bizarro start. But the only thing you can do from here is jump out and be back in Bizarro. Interesting. So it's a new spot, but it's not helpful. It has nothing. It is only a loop. You know, this weapon might actually be worse than the torch we were using. Ow. And I might be worse than this Banished Knight. Did I try Dom's new challenge? No. Anything that is randomizer and permadeath is not happening. I mean, aside from I might do the French challenge again because I want one thing, but his, like, Foggate, randomizer, permadeath, I think is just kind of not it. I don't think it's a good. I don't like it. Okay, so this is Demi-Human Cave to Ariza Loop. It gives 10 runes per hit. Holy, we're gonna be so rich. Okay, so next, this Everjail, I guess? I feel like I might have walked into Margit at some point. Permadeath is such a stress to start every time. The starting it is easy. It's the losing a run and not crashing out that's hard. Well, losing a single run and not crashing out, that's easy. Oh, one restart, that's fine. It's the oh, it's been a long time, and this is a completely random challenge where my success or failure does not depend very much on me, but instead depends very much on the randomness within the game. That's hard to motivate yourself. It's hard to motivate yourself to keep rolling a, 100-sided die and trying to hit the right number when each roll takes you 20 hours of shaking it before you're allowed to roll. That's tough. Consecrated Snowfield Catacombs, which go upward. Interesting. So this is Crucible Ever Jail to Conk Snow Catacombs. It didn't have phases per se, but it was a lengthy fight with audio cues. Ah, right, it's the frosty one. It signaled you might be getting close to the end. Do I remember? It's not this. Ah, it's the one where you like go around, then you ride it up to the top level. No hit French entrance randomizer when. Yep. The perfect run. Again. We thought we'd found the previous perfect run, but it's the even perfecter run. It might not have been this way. No, I think it is. It's just through that invis wall. Perhaps. Oh, never mind. That sure looked like it could have been an invis wall. Maybe I need to walk up and press the interact button with it. You know? Use barrels instead. Alright, it was down here. One of the only ones where you actually have a use for going under the stairs. And then this one, which only activates when you are within where it will activate and hit you. Oh, cool. That was cool. I guess I should have lowered it first before even making the trip around. Would have made this easier. There we go. Somewhere a heavy door is opened, and then I might as well go back. With arms wide open. If you could save one Elden Ring NPC, which one would you save? Do they... Does every NPC die? I feel like there's some that don't, but Egon, because he's a bro. He would no longer help me in the fight because he'd still be alive and fine, but that's okay. We don't need his spirit. We can have him. Not Alexander? I mean, his whole existence is kind of weird. It kind of ended the way it should, you know? Ah, this is a loop. This is a loop. I didn't remember it was a loop, but we've found the backside of this before. Let's go Margit next. Would you really deny Egon an honorable death in battle? Well, no, I'd give him a chance for a true honorable death in battle. Instead of only his spirit fighting, I'd give a chance for his whole body to be able to fight Egon. Instead of being, my arms and my legs are all broken and I can't actually fight, but here, summon my spirit. It would be, nah, come along, Egon, we got this. What if we saved the Dung Eater? Unsightly catacombs. These are like the dark ones. So Margit to unsightly cat. That is an unsightly cat. Ugh. Also, Jaren is cool. Jaren's pretty neat. This is this one. I remember this one. So this actually one isn't that dark. I mean, it's dark, but... She's warned like dozens of times by every possible mage. Dang. I can fix her. We've been here before, though. Okay. To unsightly catacombs, to... anticipation. Boss, parentheses, loop. Okay. Yeah, sound bad. I agree. Hey. Okay. You're not worth my time then. We are the normal way in case there's a multiplayer fog wall over here. Oh, there's also a Coliseum that I need to remember. There are 4 total Coliseums to enter. I've entered 2. The one in Lanedell, the one in Kaled by the big pot guy. I will remember to enter the one in Limgrave, but where's the fourth one? Anyone know where the fourth Colosseum is? Saving Millicent so you can get both her items. Okay, based. They are good items. Round table? But there were only 3. I'm pretty sure it said 4 in the randomizer. Do you recommend? You're new to the game? Like weapon, like build? I recommend Vigor. I recommend a Vigor build. Vigor is very good. And then just get enough stats that you can use whatever weapons you want. And then whatever you like. I personally like and think are powerful large to medium large weapons. It doesn't have to be the absolute largest, but like a great sword or a great axe or a great hammer, something that's got great in the name is probably pretty solid. And then it's just like pick whichever one you like. I'm mostly a sword aesthetic enjoyer, so I really like great swords in particular. There are also smaller weapons that can work, but if you get too small like daggers, it's usually not that great. More medium, like katanas, can still be really good. Nice. So this was Fog Wall to Liurnia. To Moose. Bigger endurance, more builds are very funny, yeah. Bubba, he doesn't see me yet. Yoinky Sploinky. Bloodhound's Fang is a nice beginner weapon. Yes, it does have great in the name. Curved greatsword. Bloodhound's Fang is a great beginner weapon. Very, very great. Oh, Eastern Nameless. Aha! This gets us to, whatever this river is called. Can I make it back up? I think I can. I just have to go by the village of Manflies. So I think I have to go all the way down to go all the way back up by the village of Manflies. I think. I don't think there's another shorter way up. Can I even... Wait, it goes like... over there? Oh, I guess it goes all the way down to like the bottom. Okay, so we should check the Jory catacombs first. First, let me write down 2 bosses, which then ends up leading to Recluse River. I think this is called Recluse River. Which then leads to Jory Catacomb. Or the other. Okay. Rakshasa's lore, she was a gardener. She knows how to cut the weeds. Hopefully this is a quick dead end so I can then check the other way. Radon was an avid Uma Musume Derby fan. This is a quick end. Let's go. Exactly what I was looking for. Okay, a little less quick when it's Lanciax, but... Yoink. Nice. Nice. We are at 150 bosses killed and we haven't found the end yet. This is actually turning into an all bosses. Should we just make this all bosses at this point? We're like... It feels like we're kind of close to just being there. He asks rhetorically because no, we're not actually doing that. Because that would mean that if I missed even one random entrance somewhere, we wouldn't be able to finish it.
Percent raw input.
Oh, you drop down at the end. I don't think you can go up to... I don't think you can get back up the Recluse's River, can you? Certainly not from here. It looks like it ends on a drop down. It would be funnier if it ended like that naturally. If it did end like that naturally, that would be incredible. I don't know if there's a way. Is there waving the white flag option that just tells you where the last boss is? There is a spoiler log, yes. You'll see entrance at Mitchwin Palace. Yes, yes I did. If Mesmer is the child of Radagon and Marika, wouldn't that make Rolana his aunt? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think we might have hit the wall. We might have hit the wall. The sickness might be taking over. He's got the scarlet rot. I don't think we can finish today. I think it's I've hit the wall. I think we gotta go to bed.
Hydrate.
Hydrate. Down with the sickness. Get up. Come on, get down with the sickness. Oh. We will have to finish next time on Dragon Ball Z. Anyway, Coliseum will be our next place to go. Next year even? Oh yeah, no, still this year. Well, one more stream. We should have one more stream on the 30th, and then on the 31st, I'll probably be doing New Year's Eve plans, so one more stream tomorrow, then the day after that we'll probably take off. Ugh. Alright, so let's find someone to raid here. Sick. Alright. Let's... Oh, CBD is doing the French challenge? Oh, no. Well, let's raid him, and maybe it'll bring him good luck. Because it's certainly a thing. CBD's got him. Here's he plans, but hubby caught himself a cold. No, not catching a cold at New Year's Eve time. I guess actually maybe I would have to stay home on New Year's Eve now that I think about it if I'm sick. Maybe there will be a stream on New Year's Eve. Who knows? Anyway, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening. Wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.